Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here continuing our Augustus run, just finishing the Exploration Age, and we will begin anew the Modern Age. We are planning on going France. We have kind of the save loaded from when we completed the last age, and we will have a bunch of attribute points and legacies rewarded, but we also do get to take a look at the age ranking. And we're pretty far out in front at this point. The age basically ended as we started to complete all these sorts of progressions kind of all at once. And so in retrospect, it's maybe the case that in order to have as many Goldens as possible, we should have intentionally not completed age progression in some categories. We kind of foisted it upon ourselves with the non-sufficit orbis quest, and then now here we have our legacies relative to other people in terms of what they've stacked up, with Ashoka and Xerxes being the two powers that have a potential to oppose us, and Ashoka in particular outstripping us in a category, and Xerxes outstripping us in the same category of science. But we are doing quite well militaristically, socially, and also economically. So that is kind of the conditions at which we've started this. And we could replay the animation, but let's view the Legends report. We are up to rank 4, and we are transitioning into the next stage. This is the release day for many of you for Civ 7. If you are buying the normal version, if you are kicking around, perhaps while playing, welcome, welcome. We are planning on going the French Empire, which is unlocked because it is a geographic choice for Rome here. And this one, I think, will allow us to go culture pretty easily. We will also get a bunch of happiness, on quarters in the cities as we look to integrate up. We could maybe... I think that we're going to try and go for a culture victory, and we're going to back up an economic victory. Haven't done either of these victories, but we could pick someone who is, I think anyone who has either a cultural element or has a economic element. So I think a lot of these would also make sense. But the thumbnail or the title says France. We're planning on going France, so I think we're going to go France here. Okay. And we will be loading in presently.
France looks out upon an incomplete world.
We are drinking white gummy bear rain, because people always ask. We do like ourselves some white gummy bear. Not sure what Jacobin does yet. This is, of course, our first time playing France here. So, we're just getting into it. There we go. Let's take a quick look at our bonuses again. Well, we will get any sort of celebration effect, which is nice because we do have unique buildings that give us more happiness. Your production towards the Eiffel Tower. We will have a unique ranged unit, which gives +2 combat strength. Although this maybe is our melee unit, and our melee unit is just range. We will get Jacobin. We don't know what those do. We get a unique quarter if we stack both the unique buildings on top of each other, which gives happiness on quarters in the city. And that is going to be really nice for our very big sprawling cities. So I think we're going to try and sprawl a little bit here. And with our mementos, we get attribute points. These attribute points mementos seem pretty strong. Can you show the can that you were drinking? It sounds amazing. White gummy bear here. Rain. It is green and light green. And it does taste like gummy bears. Really do like rain. The technology has come a long way in terms of energy drinks and any sort of diet flavored stuff. We do see kind of the remnants of what we did before all over the map here. And we are still learning a lot of things about the game, but gold carries over from age to age, so I think stacking it at the end of the age is probably a good idea, although this will probably become meta enough that pointing it out seems silly, but let's choose our legacies. I think that with non-sufficient Orbis Golden Age, an infantry unit and a range unit in all of your distant land settlements, we took a look at this, and it wasn't giving it to us just in our distant land settlements, but like all of our settlements. And because we took a look ahead of time, and this gave us a total of 36 units when we went for this. And I think if we were going for a militaristic victory, this would be this would make it trivially easy for us to go for this and then just roll everyone up, especially the people with whom both Xerxes and Ashoka, who maybe threaten us by going a science victory. The two powers, Xerxes is kind of a little bit scattered. His capital is in Baghdad. And then Ashoka is in the New World. His capital is over here. We have easy access to both these guys, and we would be able to make use of it. But I think we're going to stay on theme on what we're trying to do and go Land of Opportunity here. And then with an additional point, I think we're going to go Expansionist attribute point, which is going to allow our cities to grow up. Now here, we could do Tosha Kana Golden Age. Retain stewardship, +8 culture, gold, and science for every tile that has natural wonder in civilizations other than yours following your religion. So we would have... Oh, Hastings is not following our religion anymore. I really don't think we're going to get a lot out of this, so we're not going to go this. A lot of the Golden Ages seem a little bit weak in terms of the cards. We could get happiness in settlements not following our religion, religious tolerance. I don't think that that's very good. I think Deep Roots is not going to scale very well, so I think we're going to go with our 3 points for 2 cultural attribute points and 1 diplomatic attribute point. If we go to view map, we can take a look at what we could get with additional diplomatic points. We could get happiness in settlements for each resource assigned to them. And maybe this is good for us in particular, especially if we found a way to go get celebration length, but I don't think we're getting to Diplo 3 very easily. Diplo attributes seem kind of hard to get, so I think we'll go with the 2 cultural attributes and the 1 Diplo 1. Instead, we have 2 more economic points. We could get 2 gold per turn per unique resource we have. Or we could get 2 economic attribute points. There's the rub. We could get +3 science per quarter. I believe a quarter requires that we have 2 buildings stacked on top of each other. And we have 2 points at each of these. So what we could do is we could get... And we have 1 wildcard point remaining. We could use the wildcard point for an extra expansionist attribute point, which I'm kind of inclined to do. And now this leaves us with decisions here, whether we want the attribute points here, or the bonus here for each of these. Blink twice if Sid Meier has your family captive. Yeah, so we could... I think this will be strong in the kind of out the gate, the science for each quarter, but I think the attribute points are just stronger here. So we'll just get a bunch of attribute points, mostly with a lot of our expenditures and Land of Opportunity, which gets us +10 production in distant lands. We have a ton of distant lands. We will also look to change Roma to the capital and rename it Paris. Changing capital seems good just in a general sense because you get an extra city when you change the capital, and I think that this is a powerful means by which you can, get the balls rolling, especially if you don't have a lot of gold to upgrade to cities. And so this will be what we do, what we slot in, and how we proceed. All right. So we have 11 points here that we can spend. We have 2 cultural points. We are probably going to go 5% culture, 5% culture. Just taking a quick look. Yeah, I think it's 5% culture, 5% culture. 1 culture from specialists is a bit attractive, though. how much... See, this is multiplicatively effective with other bonuses we have. Why don't we go this? I'm not sure if it's better or will lead to more culture. We're going to go for happiness rather than influence. I think we have other means to acquire influence. And we'll get this on the palace and city halls, especially as the later kind of ages set in. It does seem that in the crisis situations, happiness seems a good way of averting crisis. And now we will have 2 attribute points for economics. In retrospect, we kind of wish that we had done stuff a little bit differently and perhaps done attribute card for economics, but we didn't know we were going to pivot to maybe economic win. So I think that we do want the 15% purchasing in gold and alls, or gold purchasing and settlements. We have bonuses for purchasing from Augustus anyways in towns, and so I think that this will be good. So we could either do Golden Age per active trade route, or Golden Age for tech and civic mastery completed in an age. I think we'll do this into this. Expansionist, we're probably just spamming the food. Now we could go growth rate in cities and refund when adding a specialist. We're going to add a lot of specialists. But I don't think we're going to stay on under 3 cities. And I think we could just get +1 food in cities per town. We have currently stacked up a lot of cities. We have 18 cities, or settlements in total. We will have 2 cities at the moment, so we will be getting 16 food currently. And we could just do this 4 times. So we will be getting over 60 food per city at the beginning here, per turn per city. And then now we have a militaristic point. Commanders gain a free level, I think is what we go for here. And we will now have science. I think we're into the production towards constructing buildings. And then science in settlements for each resource. I don't think we're going to get new cards. And then this would let us do 10% science, which I think is pretty strong. So let's do this. And that is about it. Now, we did have a bunch of gold coming into this age, and I think what we're going to spend it on is we are going to acquire some settlers. The settler cost does seem to have a ceiling of 1k. But we're going to buy a settler here. We're going to buy a settler here. And we're going to buy a settler here. And look to fill in the gaps of this map. Oh, 1105. We have a little bit of additional gold here. And so I think what we're going to do, we are going to look for a place we would like to make a city. And kind of feeling Valencia. Let's actually double check where we can put our unique buildings, because this will to some degree inform where we want to make into a city. So let's come here. So we can make our unique quarter. And does this have a requirement? No. Does this have a requirement? No. So we could stack these anywhere. They will give adjacency to all things. So we have some production in this city. I think the cities that look like they're going to be high production are generally going to be the ones that we want to city up and grow fast. Valencia is kind of in the heart of things. We're thinking right now, because we are going to have this convert to city cost be quite low because we don't have a lot of cities yet. It seems to scale up with cities, number of cities, and scale down with if they are close to your homeland and if they are really high pop. So this city will cost very little, but there's a floor of 200, so we would not want to spend 200 gold there. Toledo, I think, is going to be what we do on this continent being this, you know, kind of middle land here. So I think that we're just going to make Toledo into a city, because this is by far our strongest city, or our strongest town in this area. And we will have a bunch of town growths to go. Hey Lackey, how's it going? La France, I just got into modern age as America from Spain last night, who came from Rome as Xerxes. Xerxes, we were excited to experiment a little bit with some knowledge that we gained in regards to how settlements and trade work, where it seems to be the case that picking a few places to serve as food baskets, bread baskets for the rest of your empire seems like it would be very strong. I think what we're going to do, though, is we're going to look over the long term to have all of these kind of exterior states eventually become cities and have Sparta and Pompeii feed them. We're trying to figure out which of these is maybe the weakest or would be the best bread basket. I suppose Neapolis might be the best bread basket. Places that have a lot of food. It seems like food towns are probably the best towns. But let's see what we can do here. We will be expanding out and securing a bunch of resources. We do have a lot of clicks to do at the start here. Fish seem very good in the modern age, where they will give you population growth as a factory resource. Now Toledo is already a city. Here we have to choose, in particular, I think we're going to choose production, and this for now. We are generating, we could have this be a town for an extended period of time. I don't think we like that, though. We know that we want Pompeii to probably be a food town for the rest of our country, so we're going to choose the more food-oriented stuff here, at least at the beginning. And see, here we start running into not being able to generate a ton of food. I mean, we have a lot along the coast here, but... I guess this is maybe the strongest tile we can grab. And then, I guess we do have a really strong food tile here. And this place does generate a lot of food. We want to continue generating more food, so we're going to grab this tile. And we're going to look to connect Sparta to as many places as possible. I think we look to grow the food a little bit more here. So we'll probably buy a relatively early grocer there. Grocer is giving enormous sums of food. We will make sure we lock in on the Wonder tile, which will give us a whole bunch of stuff. But after that, Labo doesn't necessarily need to grow too much. We won't have very many good tiles available. So I think we're going to turn that into a fishing town. And now, in the food, okay, let's look in Toledo and see if it's responsive. We see 184. If we switch this off to growing town, this should significantly decrease the amount of food in Toledo. So by switching it onto a growing, or onto a fishing town, we're causing this to feed the place. But I believe it's not feeding on the continent here, so Capua, it's not affecting whether or not it is involved. Capua is just 51 food either way. And I guess we're going to do a little bit of exploration here to try and figure out exactly how this mechanic works. So we know that we want to make, although perhaps not yet, we want to make Pompeii into a food organization. But the UI is super unclear where Pompeii is connected to. But wherever it's connected to, it should be feeding food to. We can't tell. Fishing towns are usually the best for food baskets, though they have to make sure that they're connected. I think the port suffices at this age. Larger islands will generally have lower production yield too. Yeah. This is like the best we can do in terms of creating a lot of production in this continent is Toledo. We do know that we want Pompeii to definitely be a food basket eventually. So we're gonna go farming town. And so this increases the food, and it feeds the food somewhere. But it feeds it to a city. And so we see 136 in Paris. In Madrid is at our other city, we see 89. So 136, 89. If we switch this back to growing town, is this going to affect the numbers? 136, so it's not connected to Rome. 89 is not connected to Madrid either, so we will need to get trade routes out from Pompeii to connect it to Paris. We can expand this town a little bit. I think we're going to be looking to make this into a city over the longest term. So, I think we're going to grab production with our early expansions. Could grab a little bit of food though, don't hate it, but production and happiness on these mountains. Mountain tiles kind of really come into their own as the game gets later, it seems. Is Pompeii on the same continent as the capital? Yes. I think. Oh! Oh, I see. I thought, okay. Okay, I see you. My bad. I thought that the continent, this was one continent in the middle, this was one continent. This makes more sense. Okay, so then that means, let's take a look at what we can do. 8 Corona. We don't really want to expand, so it's 136 and 89, so let's go this for Fishing Town. And so now, this is 136 still, and this is still 89. So nothing has moved in terms of that, even though it's the same continent. And I think that's because these have to be on the coast, or we need a port to connect them, or we need a merchant to connect them. Still definitely learning and picking things up. Now, we want Valencia, I think, to eventually be very production-oriented, and I think we're going to make Valencia into a city because we see how many mines that we have and the potentials on the outskirts, and we would rather feed Valencia food. Perhaps out of Las Palmas. I think we're going to let these guys grow initially, though, especially because we don't have enough to convert guys into cities at this current juncture. Oh, we don't have that. Yikes. And I think that we're going to use this to feed food. Barcelona. Picking up that. But if we look, Niani must be on the same continent as... Oh, it is not working how we think it's working, Lackey. Because Niani, or Bilbao, is on Novo Pangea, which is not on the same continent as Toledo, but it's still feeding Toledo food, per our checking. Because if we turn this down, I think it's just connections. I don't think it needs to be on the same continent. I think same continent allows you to connect easier, but I don't think it necessarily... Because if we change this to growing town, it drops Toledo's food by like 80, and they are on different continents. I think we're gonna grab food here. And now we get to grow our cities specifically. And I think we're going to look to push specialists. We see we have a 2-4 here that already has a guy in it, but we have a 2-5 over here. So let's do that. And I think we just hit the 2-5 again. So I'm not sure. We could make this into a farming town. It has a lot of production for a farming town. We could make it into a factory town too. I'm really not sure what we do. We could eventually make it into a city. This will give the most overall yields. And we do have some boosts for golden ages, so why don't we do that for now? And Neapolis, we could use to feed Paris immediately. I mean, we do have a lot of food out of here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the food-oriented places. And also if we turn this into... And then we could also experiment. So it's like 136 and like 89, and these were on the same continent, right? Madrid. So let's try making this a farming town. And now this should be 240, way higher. And this is still 89. So I think what we'll try and do is we'll try and see if we can connect Neapolis to Madrid after this turn. I think we'll go for the grocers as our opener here. We do get rewards for having completed quarters, so I think we'll be inclined to maybe push that. We're also running out of space, but I think that's fine. A little happiness. Fair enough. We will try and get Toledo City some happiness here. We're gonna unassign all of our stuff. Actually, maybe not all of our stuff. Because we're gonna have to assign these all in towns. I don't know if it matters too much, but these can only assign in cities. We'll assign that in Toledo. Do we have more clams? We do have more clams. Those are not connected to the hub somehow. Capua seems to have some happiness problems. So let's try and help it out. Those already give happiness. We see Madrid very unhappy. Don't think we're going to be able to connect there. Could try some of that to decrease the unhappiness. I don't see negative happiness anywhere else. So we will scroll down. Our Karuna, I think, is one of the ones we want to grow the food in. Okay, it's not connected, so we can't. Looks like a lot of stuff's just not connected. But in the capital, we do want to push specifically the capital stuff. Okay. I think we generally want food and happiness in some of these non-cities towns. And less so on the production. So I think that'll be good for us. And then That'll get slotted into a town eventually. Cities with a rail station versus cities with a capital. So we're gonna come to Paris. And I think we're gonna slot in all the silks. Except we can't. Okay. Fair. Are any of these other capital dependent? This one is. Well, we can get more production from Wales than we can from the other stuff, at least currently. Okay. Not sure what's... I think a lot of our stuff is just now considered unconnected when it is before it was not. We have one more city. Toledo. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Still going for the culture victory because you have to act fast to dig up the artifacts before the AI does. If you wait too long, you'll be locked out. Those seems in the present of 4 continents, so it might be doable, but I think you'll have to beeline the text for civics artifacts. They have to be connected by a port is a connection, and a port is a connection. Maybe Fish and Quay also counts as a connection. I suspect that they have to be on the coast to benefit from the easy connection. So Bilbao and Toledo are connected because they're both on the coast, which makes coastal cities a lot better because you don't have to use merchants to connect them. I think you could also use merchants to connect them, but we'll kind of be seeing and exploring this. I think we're going to go for steam engine. We took a look at what things we're looking at the beginning, and I think we're interested in getting plus fruit on farms and plantations just very early to kind of set ourselves up. And then here, we could either do the French civics, and I think we're kind of interested in Style Empire. Actually, we have a lot of kind of rewards. Maybe we will lean into getting these guys going. Getting the explorers. So we will get early museums and try and push these. Let's show yields. So we have a bunch of production here, so I think we will make this into a city pretty shortly. We have social policies from the previous age. I think we'll do this. Urban districts and capital, give plus production. I think we'll do this, although we don't have specialties yet in a lot of our places. A lot of them aren't connected. Gold for each resource does seem pretty good. We're currently at 639 gold. Let's see how that kicks things up to 800. Okay, that's nice. And then I think we're going to, again, just kind of open with our grocer here in the capital and place it here. We do have a commander with available promotions. We don't have any commendations. I think we'll go for this. Although maybe we should have chosen the yields at this point. We will again go for a grocer here. Although we are running out of space in which to build in this city. We only have 5 more slots. So we have to kind of keep things under control a little bit. I think we put this guy on sleep. It does seem to be the case that having multiple commanders will allow you to take units more into the next age better. This is still something we're kind of figuring out. I think we're just going to fortify a lot of our guys. Until we find what enemy will be present. Other than perhaps we could use more guys actually in the New World. So maybe let's move this field cannon over to Barcelona. And Madrid's cannon also over. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit better. Just get a little bit of fighting force over to the other continent. Just in case things turn a little bit sideways. Now this is our other army with the siege unit. I think that this army should be able to cover both, actually. So we'll get this guy into the New World over here. But this guy will fortify up. And I think that we will have the field cannon come over here to Pompeii. And then I think that's going to be our first turn here. Got a lot of stuff going on. It does tell us that we discovered everything. We are kind of hostile with everyone. Do we have our Diplo? I'm not sure how much of our Diplo rolled over. Hatshepsut we want good relations with, though. I think we'll just save up to be able to do farmer's market with her. And then we'll pass. It's kind of a busy first turn for us here. Okay, we could choose a government. I think we are allowed to do any party, or we have any party choice per being France, but let's select as if we didn't. Yeah, it's really actually kind of pushing you into one thing. The gold is very flexible. I think we'll go elective republic, but we might be picking golds fairly often. And now, oh, I see. That is a development now, isn't it? We weren't expecting that. Okay. Okay, let's have a think. Well, I think we probably still do have a good settle in here somewhere. If we hit here, we could hit the spice and hit, like, basically everything if we settle right here. Let's maybe get the courier into action then. As well. And do we like this settle here? It looks fairly solid in that we will get a bunch of these. I do think that the resources here stack. So I think if we get more coal, I think it is better. And if we have this here, we will be able to pick up the spice. So either way, let's run this down. And by stack, I mean to say, if we get multiple coal, I think they are additive with each other. But I'm not sure. I haven't confirmed this. But you see we have 7 oil. I think this is giving us +7 combat strength. You see we have this gold. I think this is giving us plus additional gold on purchasing stuff. Which makes gold critically kind of important. I don't think we have a good settle from this settler unless we settle down here somewhere. I mean, we think that fish is actually a really strong resource. So if we settle here, we would hit the oil. Not this oil. The fish. Whales. Maybe here's pretty okay. Or the recommended city spot. Who would have known? And we can turn another place into a city. I think we're going to city up Valencia. It's getting 48 food right now. We're going to convert it to a city. And it should be getting a ton of extra food now. 104. because of our very, very pushed expansionist attributes. 4 times +1 food in cities per town. So Valencia will grow very quickly here. But also Las Palmas, I think what we might do is we're thinking of making this a farming town to supply this. But I think we'll hold off on that for now. And let's come into Neapolis. And, ooh, we do not have access to merchants yet. Let's take a look what we could do. This does give us our merchant. Okay, we are researching the right tech. But here we will go to purchase our grocer. So I guess we might be buying grocers in some places with our money. I think we'll take this one here. We're not concerned with grabbing tiles. We've already grabbed all the tiles. But by creating quarters, we are increasing. I think we have some bonus for having quarters, which are the stacked up guys. And now Valencia is a city. And it can slot in the pigs for whatever reason. Food is not necessarily exactly what it needs, though. We would like to get production in. Still not sure what exactly is blocking us, but okay. We'll take the food if that's what we can get. I'm just kidding, we won't take the food because we can't get it. We'll do that. So it looks like, why are we have just natural history 1 turn away for multiple turns? It was a curiosity. Do we like Monaco's location? We kind of do. We could try and convert Monaco. They are friendly with us. It'll cost 510, so I guess we can prolong making that decision for a little while.
Cross the sea like a bird.
Let's change our policies. Happiness on mountains and culture on natural wonders. I'm not sure how many mountains we have overall, but I think this will be better than this. Yeah, this isn't going to interfere with Monaco as a city long term. We are going to grow, and we're going to grab some more gold. Let's look what we can maybe do here. I think this unlocking the ideology trees is really powerful. The ideologies are generally really strong. Here, let's check the Civilopedia for overbuilding. I feel like I don't understand this mechanic yet. Most buildings from previous ages can be overbuilt unless they are tagged as ageless. This means that a player from a current age can build onto a fully utilized tile, so that's with 2 buildings on it, as long as the tile contains qualifying previous age building. This action removes the lowest yield building on the tile and replaces it with a new building. Improvements can always be overbuilt when a building. Yield bonuses on quarters and adjacencies are reset with each age transition, so this makes all your buildings weaker. Overbuilding is a valuable strategy to maximize your tile's potential and reintroduce bonus yields back into quarters and adjacencies. Okay. You'd still get some amount from stuff. I think that rather than pushing our unique building district, we go for political theory as quickly as possible. Hermitage also seems like a pretty good wonder, so we'll see if we can secure it. And now we can select any of these. So I think we select gold. And we do have quite a bit of gold that we can spend. I think we're going to buy a grocer in Neapolis, because this is feeding the capital more food, and so it'll be multiplicatively effective, I think. I guess we should have looked. But 269, we are getting hella food here. If we take a look here. Oh, it's just shipping the food is the idea. We could specialize here. I don't think we want to yet. We could specialize in a lot of these places. When you hover over the resource that's blocked, it shows the city of origin. It gives you clues of which cities are not connected. Got it. I'm so used to nothing giving me a tooltip when I hover over. Okay, so having a little bit of a think here. If we leave Monaco alone, we can settle here and still get the spice. And even then, integrating Monaco is probably still okay. We're giving up the idea of settling a city here, because we'll only hit 2 resources. To be fair, here's not even a terrible kind of zone. It will be soon, though. Actually, maybe the fact that this is going to be way worse soon means we should settle it sooner rather than later. I think we settle here. And let's buy another settler. No, sorry. Let's buy another settler. And let's settle in here. And let's also... Oh, we don't have a military unit here. Alright, maybe there's a settle up here that makes sense. Probably not. I think we'll take the science per turn, although generally speaking, these seem to get weaker as the ages go on, because they scale linearly with ages, but your ability to get yields scales exponentially. Or so it seems. Okay, so I think we go for a museum. You belong in a museum. Kind of like the idea that we get this here. A little bit of extra Diplo at the open. Ooh, we can repair. I think we're into making this a city, but we know that this will always be a really cheap city to make into a city. We already got Valencia shifted over. I think we're inclined to buy a grocer in here. And then we might be feeding food into Madrid with this city. What is this? I didn't even notice that. Now, we could Suze these guys, considering they won't be doing anything annoying, really, truly. We just have to make sure that we keep them from attacking us. And they will be pocketed kind of by us, so it'll be hard to take them out. This is actually probably one of the better cities remaining right here. Because the fish are quite good. And this hits 2 fish. Oop. We saw we could repair a farm. And a grist mill. We do want to probably buy another grocer. We already have one in Las Palmas. No, we do not. Still don't give too much in the way of yields relative to the other ones. So we don't have as many tiles here. So it might be more valuable to grocer Barcelona. It is. And we'll save gold for the next couple turns for when we finish Steam Engine to buy merchants. This isn't Las Palmas, which I think we're going to use to feed other civs. But let's grab the coal here. Oh, I forgot these guys have a ranged attack. They're like a melee unit with a ranged attack, which makes sense. They do have a GAT. Vienna is blocking, I think, some really good cities. Or a really good city. Over here. So maybe we actually send someone to deal with that specifically? You know who we could send? We could send this army. Looks like that would take forever. And I think we kind of like keeping this army back home, actually, just in case things get weird. I think we'll send the courier this way. A little bit concerned. Less concerned about this guy because he's basically already here. We are going to be buying some new buildings out from these guys, for these guys. Rather. Could send this courier this way. Looks like he has to come through this continent anyways. So let's just send him through. So maybe we would actually really like influence just generally. We do get modernization. I don't think we're actually overbuilding right now, so I think we're going to avoid putting that in. I think that's not what we're doing. You understood the "you belong in a museum" reference? I'm glad someone got it. Maybe buy an explorer ASAP in the continent where you lack the most cities? Well... Okay. I think he has to see stuff in a museum first, so we have to buy a museum too. Luckily we could buy in a museum because we are Caesar. So Caesar is pretty well poised to do this. Here's a fine slot, and it lets us get the furs easier. Because doesn't the explorer have to research in a museum first? Yeah. I guess we should do that in Valencia soon here as well. Pair of ancient golden horns of steel stolen. I think we'll do a memorial exhibit. Alright, we need 5 artifacts here. I think we want to just accept and get the Diplo per turn. That way we can start converting over some of these cities. We'll do social question. Again, we're rushing political theory because the ideology gives really, really nice bonuses. Shout out to ideology. I think we'll come here and just put the guy on alert. Because I think we're going to convert Kathmandu. Although we should in theory convert Monaco because it's closer to conversion. But here's going to be our settle. Oh, unfortunately we have no gold here. Do we actually just pass the turn so we can get... No, we can get resources immediately. Let's settle. And we can grow here. To grab a little bit of food and some stuff. A little bit of food and some stuff. And we can buy buildings the next turn out of this. We're going to assign some resources here. Allegedly. Allegedly. Said if we hover over, we can see where it's from. I don't think we can. We hover over here. Okay. We could seize Geneva as well. I think Big Timbers we look to take out, maybe. And then settle right here.
Soon shall thy arm, unconquered steam, afar drag the slow barge or drive the rapid car.
Ironworks will be good. Port will allow us to connect stuff, and we get merchants. So we're going to start with buying a merchant over here in the top right to experiment a little bit. It's only 100 ducats. And then we will, down here, want to buy for ourselves. We are currently working a mine and a wood chop. So we're going to want to buy the camp building. And then we're going to also want to buy a grist mill. Or not, maybe not a grist mill yet. We have the camp building. We want to build out to this. So... we also want a brickyard, right? Or stonecutter. Sorry, stonecutter's better. We should have gotten sawmill, stonecutter. It's fine. And then grocer... we don't have enough gold. This will make the city grow considerably faster. We're still deciding where to settle out of here. Where's this guy headed? Oh, this guy's headed to take over, or to settle here. And then we get the spices, but we're giving up the oranias, I think. To some degree, maybe not. This is also the longest navigable river we've ever seen, and honestly, with the, like, food yields on it, maybe that's actually okay for us to settle just for the food yields and use that to feed these other cities in the periphery. Something like this. We are getting town growth. I'm not sure how much we're supposed to grow Zaragoza before turning it into something else. We're gonna go steam engine 2 here. Provide a nice, strong base. We have a trade opportunity with him. I think we're kind of okay not trading with him. Tecum says probably the guy we would want to play nice with, but unfortunately, suzerainty of the world is a bit of a vibe. Like civilizations with fewer trade routes than him. Not sure of all the rules. This settlement is not connected, it says on a lot of these. Oh, but on one of the silks it is? Brother. One of the silks is connected. Man. It's gonna be a lot of reorganizing. I think we maybe want to get more merchant stuff going on. Let's see about... I think Karuna, we've made... Nope. Balabo, we've made into a fishing town, right? We're gonna buy a merchant out of Balabo. And see what we could do with him. Nothing yet, it looks like. Okay. Zaragoza, we can specialize. We're going to choose not to. Explorer. Oh, university or museum. For this continent. So far we have this continent covered. And the northern one. So we have to do this continent and the southern continent here. The museums are so that we can be able to dig up artifacts, although we also could do it with a university. So this isn't something I considered. We do have a university in Barcelona, so I guess we will be recruiting an explorer there. And I think we might have a university in this city, so we're going to be recruiting an explorer there. And so we're going to be getting ready to dig up everything. Can we put this guy on alert? We can. So we want Neapolis to connect a road. But it looks like maybe we can't do that. So in previous ages we could build roads. It looks like that's no longer the case. I think we're going to need a rail network to connect the things now. I think this is the one we're looking for. Looks like this city is already full expanded, so we actually don't have to rush this. The settler doesn't have any moves anyways. So here's why we need a museum. We needed a spot where we could do this quest here, which reveals stuff on the continent. What's that about? I mean, we could convert Monaco. We could integrate Monaco later, I suppose. But I think we're going to befriend independence now. We get a cultural attribute point. I think from doing the artifact search thing. We can keep grabbing production here. I don't hate that. I also don't hate going for a specialist. Let's spend our attribute point instead of forgetting for forever. Railways. Yeah, it's probably railways and ports. I have no experience with the connections. I need to test things out for yourself too, and to get familiar with trade routes, port connections, trade, etc. Yeah. I mean, it makes a huge difference, but I imagine it just changes on each age. I think we go 5% culture here. Pretty straightforward. I think that we can make this a fishing town. And I think that just juices up Toledo. Oh, does it not? Okay, that... Did it spike to... Oh, no, Toledo's the same. Is it connected to the Madrid? 102. Looks like it's not. So I guess we're growing on our own in Vianney still. Currently the capital is the only one receiving assistance. We know that the fishing boats are going to get extra yields or whatever. Wait. Can you expand out to spot 4 now? No, that's still 3. Okay. So we don't need a museum. You can go ironworks though here. We don't need the museum because we can buy out of Barcelona. The Explorer because we have a university there. So I think that we find a reasonable route with her. I do think chocolate was particularly good. So how far are you from Timbuktu? Not too far. And we want you to trade with Ben. Now, cotton gives what? Trading land units. We're hoping to buy land units if we need them. So that's not necessarily going to be good. We do see we get a whales and fish at Alverstadt. So why don't we come here and trade in there. The disadvantage of the cultural victory is that it's very fast. So, I mean, it barely had to experience modern era in your game. Oh, interesting. You have to dig up 15 artifacts and then build the World's Fair project. You could also randomly acquire... you can also acquire artifacts by randomly overbuilding. Interesting. So we've done the thing. We've searched the ruins on this continent, but... where are the ruins? We can't dig them up yet. We've just researched them. Got it. Well, we did the why can't we dig up anything yet? What do we need to do? What civic do we need? Do we need globalism? No. Nationalism? No. Alright, let's settle here. And then... I think we go rubber into this tile in our growth. And we have to work these tiles to lock in the cocoa. And then we can buy a few buildings here to lock in stuff. The rubber is a woodcutter. This is a woodcutter. So the best things we could get are a saw cutter. And then also a saw pit. And then we are going to need plantations here, so we can go granary as well. Lock in as many tiles as we can on this city. And this city will be nice as well. I think we buy a... brickyard or something right here. And then we go for this. And then we want to buy something else here, but we can't yet, so let's go for this. I think we're taking out big timbers, but we kind of like them sitting there at the moment because it blocks settles from our opponents. And we're not sure where we want to settle here. I mean, this does seem pretty good because it hits the coal, it hits the fish, hits everything, I guess. So we've researched artifacts. But now we can dig up artifacts? Oh, yikes. So there's just no available artifacts to dig up on the other continent? Is that because it's fully populated or whatever? So we can come in here next turn and try and do that. I guess we gotta next turn also buy a settler here. We'll put that guy in there, I guess. So the first thing we do, I think, is going to be buy here. But I don't think there's going to be anything to excavate. It was also the most mechanically satisfying of the bunch, Culture Victory, because you knew you would get those artifacts from people and from dig sites across the world. Actually, Civ 5 probably had the best victory conditions of all the Civ games. The Diplo Victory was really dope. I don't even remember Civ 5's Diplo Victory. It's because you haven't researched the continent and you can't. You can already dig up artifacts with your explorers. It's probably better to keep your explorer in that continent instead of moving it up to research the other one to research. No, I'm just gonna keep one explorer in each continent. I think we could afford to play like that. Now Toledo is our city. I think we'll grab this. Now perhaps this town would be better as not a town. Either way, we're gonna grab the happiness tile here on the mountain. We do have the card slotted in that currently gives, I think, plus happiness on the mountain, so we have to remember it's not as good as it looks. Is this +6 culture? This is +7, +2, +7. Technically, this is slightly more yields. So, ports, let's read this. Increases the number of resources that may be assigned to the city to 2. We can build it here. Or we can overbuild here. Builds over the wharf. And gives us more because specialists are already there. I think we will go with the archaeological treasure, given that we are trying to win a culture victory. +3 science on museums, I think we'll go with the artifact. Can build a port out of Paris. Very cute. I think the ports allow you to connect to other things. I mean, that sounds trivially true, but you know what I mean. It allows you to connect railways per the economic victory. Yeah, just looking, it looks like there's no artifacts to dig up. Okay, you're saying that we required, sorry. Research is required. Currently, Mu is the only place, I understand you now, where there's places that can get dug up. Actually, it looks like we could do this one first. Yeah. To be fair, we could come over here. No, it looks like we're not seeing anything. We have Lyon. And I think we want to buy a grist mill or a grocer. Just so this grows faster. Let's do that. And then we can bink, bink, bink all up through here. While this still, at the same time, growing relatively quick in Lyon. Yeah, I do think we're just in incredible shape. If this game doesn't take very long, what we'll do is we'll start a new game, but we'll probably take a little bit of a break in between to eat or something like this. Because this is release day. I don't like the Civ 6 World of Congress. I hate the World of Congress. But we could decide which of these we want to take out afterwards. We would have the 3 resources here if we took out this one. I think Geneva would have the most if we took them out, because we would be able to settle here for 4 resources. But we don't necessarily need to rush. And if only blocks like this, which is just gold towards producing units, so, and they're friendly towards us, so maybe we'd choose them. We could also just not take out anyone. The coward's path. I think Vienna's actually the one we definitely want to take out, so maybe we start moving this guy over to Vienna. There's a ton of resources on that strip of islands. Hatshepsut is upset with us. Why? So that we have fewer wonders. She rejected. Not like this. Oh, actually, I think I know why. We settled a city right next to her.
The memory of having sat at someone's feet will later make you want to try.
We don't have much specialists right now, so I don't think any of these are really worth it. Maybe production in the capital is less worth, but I think we're producing stuff in the capital just fine. Or we have enough stuff to produce in the capital. So I don't think that that's as big a concern. Let's click on this guy. So Nova Pangea we can now get artifacts on. So we see this guy. We can come over here to dig. Yeah, it is just a race. I think we'll go political theory. Okay, we'll see. Can we slot this in here? We can. We'll see. Can we slot this in here? We can. So Okaruna must not be... I think this is connected, so those cities must not be connected. Okay, so we have everything slot in. Or we have a slot in everywhere. Toledo... Okay. That's good enough for us. For now. We'll just keep passing the turn here. I guess, in theory, we maybe want to start in the corner and work our way over in the corner of the continent rather than the middle of the continent. Otherwise, you have to go left and then right instead of just, like, straight over. I think we come here and set him on alert. This is the city. And so here, what we can do is we can, I think, buy a tile for this, and then buy a fishing quay, and then grab the fish and this. And then we'll also want... It's so nice that some of these are just so cheap now. The brickyard. Right here. To lock in those resources. And then we'll get the coal next. Man, since this is a race, it's kind of tempting to go... And we're getting so much gold per turn. Tempting to go for culture here. We'll pass on the resources assignments. We haven't gotten any bonus resources yet that we can use. We could farmer's market. We actually desperately want a farmer's market with someone. Gonna be good with Ben. Create our trade route. So now we have a couple extra whales, which give production. Not the best, not the worst. Bayeas or something. Let's pass. When you're done with this game, probably start a new stream or edit the title. Yeah, I think the thing to do is to take a break and start a new one. If this only takes like a couple hours to do. If Generalist tries to mess with Herat, Yankees fan will be furious. Bro, we should mess with Herat. Wait, why did I think that Herat was in Ethiopia? My bad. Isn't it? Oh, now we can offend him either way by not knowing that whether it is or isn't. I believe it is. Where's Herat on the map? I didn't even see it. Not like this. The truth hurts. Are they even on the map? Kathmandu. Alright. I think we go port. I'm not sure whether or not that counts as overbuilding, is the thing. I don't think it does. This is gonna give us way more food. Stuff's not connected to it yet, though. And I think in order to get stuff connected, we need the rail station. So I think that's what we go for next. Let's come up here. Look to deal with that. These guys will keep marching over. We could actually very quickly take out one of these. Alright. We excavate. And then we move on to this one. I guess Pangsheng isn't really blocking things that we want to settle, is it? We're gonna send this all the way over to Valencia. This guy will dig. Production on camps and food on the stuffs. Well, we think we're gonna connect this as a food place. Maybe we don't? I don't know. We have so much food already on it. Let's get more food, I guess. I guess it's time to grab that. We've locked in as many tiles as we can, right? Yeah. For Brest. And then the plan was to go up the route like that. Military science. Now we could go for... We went for gold. We could go for culture to unlock... I think I like culture to unlock the text a little bit faster. I'm still not sure if what we're doing is overbuilding. Let's do this, though. Surely he doesn't attack us. Do we have a guy in the area? Stranger danger? No. We have this courier to cover kind of everything. We could think about turning one of these into a city. I mean, this place looks like it's going to have a lot of production in the long run. Which I think is kind of the thing we care about in terms of turning stuff into a city. Really expensive city conversion, though. I think the bigger pops are easier or cheaper to convert. Like, if we take a look at Barcelona, Barcelona is only 350. So maybe we just keep on growing. Valencia is a city. I don't know where Las Palmas is connected to. We have one more turn on growth, so we're probably just going to grow and then turn that into a thing. A specialization. I think we convert this to a city now. And we build a port. And as a city, it should be getting more food. But I think if we want to feed it food out of Pompeii, we can. So they're currently getting 72 food. And if we go to this... it's not connected. So I guess we can just keep growing Pompeii. Did we just buy the... we bought the thing when we didn't want to buy the thing, not like this. Alright. We can build an ironworks. For a lot more production. Let's build it here. Oop. Oh, we... I wanted to look back at the map, not confirm my resource assignments. Do we... wait, can we come back in and change stuff? Oh, we can come back in and change stuff. Alright. These guys is real upset, though. I think this guy, we just wait. We haven't researched artifacts yet. Whoops. Just keep marching the army across. Are you on Blue Sky? I am not. I thought about it. I currently think... I really wish there was something that resembled a neutral political platform. I think YouTube is actually the closest. You were confused about what happened with Confucius and his Taoist waves? Why did I think Herat was in Ethiopia? My bad. Isn't it? Herat is a city in Afghanistan? Oh man, not like this. What are those names? Why is there a city called Little Axe and Big Timber? It's because Tecumseh was a native civilization in the first age, and your civilization determines your city names when you name them. Alright. Let's see what we can do. I mean, golden happiness to maintaining buildings is probably okay right now. But the ideology tree is just insane. We also complete a text, so let's take a look at... We still need research for this one up here, but no one else has a city. I think no one else has a city on our northern continent, so we're like locked... Oh, Ben does. Okay. So we maybe want to push research, but also let's take a look at some of these various trees here. Because ideology just in general seems very strong. Okay, culture from specialists minus production in towns. Minus production in towns is kind of irrelevant. It's just like minus gold because it just gets turned into stuff. Cultural attribute point and diplo attribute point. Oh, there is an easy diplo attribute point here. I suppose that's good to know. Production from specialists. -3 food in towns. It's a little bit worse. Gold from specialists. 3 cavalry units. Economic, militaristic, and other attribute point. Towns gain gold equal to your economic attribute. We currently have a really good expansionist attribute. New Deal and avant-garde probably are okay for us. Towns gain culture equal to your cultural attribute. Happiness equal to your diplo attribute. We went communism before because it seemed better. Plus food from specialists seems really strong. This doesn't give us the right attribute point, but we've already kind of maxed out the cultural one. And the production towards completing projects also seems good. Is communism just the best? Towns gaining food equal to your expansionist attribute seems pretty good as well. I think we just go communism again. Harar is Ethiopian. Herat is Afghanistan. Oh my god, you're right. That's what it makes sense. New Deal. What are you, some type of Democrat communist? No, communism's over here. We're not a Democrat communist. I think we're going to be a communist. I don't think the next diplomatic attribute is particularly good for us. And while some of these are, like, good, like, we like some of these things. Like, culture and happiness on great works or whatever. Like, I think communism's just stronger. We don't have that many specialists right now, though. But this would give us the attribute points, kind of in a quick fashion. We could also go, like globalism or something like this, so that we can rush the other stuff down. Maybe we go globalism first. Let's go globalism first, and then communism. Let's take this little piggy to the market. You know, when you're young, you think the piggy's going shopping, and then when you're old, you understand that nursery rhyme. This little piggy went to the market. Okay, so we're planning on having this to feed food. So I think we just go the food tile. And certainly this will be feeding something. So let's take a look at Valencia. Valencia is up to 251. Okay, so it does feed Valencia. Let's see if it feeds also somehow Madrid or Paris. So Paris is at 315 and Madrid is at 144. 315, 144, and even checking Toledo, Toledo is at 240. So 315, 144, 240. So if we do this, how many of these things are these guys connected to? So we had 315. It's still 315. Okay. 144, still 144, and Toledo, which is still 240. Okay, but Toledo's also getting a port, so curious to see if once the port's in place, if this connects these guys somehow. I think that Barcelona doesn't have a port currently, and we could just buy a port. So let's actually just buy a port with Barcelona, or Barcelona. Right, and then... Oh, it doesn't have a railway. But we can buy a port in Las Palmas, actually. Which, incidentally, will brick one of those food things, but we could just grab another instead. Right, this gives 9 food, so that should be fine. And then... we had 315, 144. So now we have places with multiple ports. So 315 still. There is a port in there, the 144. And And we know that there's a port in Toledo as well. 240 still. Or no, wait, there's not yet a port, but there will be one soon. So I think that you need a combination of a port and a railway to connect. Or maybe we're just not understanding. I mean, certainly we're not understanding, but, you know, maybe there's more to what's going on. Ironworks is kind of attractive. I think we go Hermitage, though. I don't think the AI is attacking it, and I think we can do this. And then this army. This is maybe the safer route here. Going around this way. Specialization is possible here. I think we're just going to let it grow a bit more. What's the cost on converting to city? It's still maxed, but we could buy some buildings out of here to make it come up faster. So let's buy a grocer. Really kind of benefiting from Caesar's plus 50% gold towards producing buildings in towns. I wish we had checked before and after on the gold. I have a sneaking suspicion that these give the amount of bonus equal to the amount that you have. So I think that we're getting plus 100% gold towards purchasing buildings from this. The combination of these 5. And I'm thinking that because the cost of buying granaries has gone down as the game has gone on. And the thing that's changed is we've acquired more of these. And so I think that's what's going on here. So that means that our cavalry, for example, have plus 11 combat ability. And I do think this is how this works. Otherwise, getting additional resources would just suck super hard. So I think that you get more and more. See, because the granary is now down to 80 cost. Which is a nice even number. There are only 3 ages? Currently there are only 3 ages, but I think that is modular. I think that expansions will add new ages, or it's fairly likely that this expands new ages, or the potential to decide how many ages to play, which I think is pretty neat. Okay, so we've discovered this, so now we're going to start digging up artifacts. And we've not yet researched for this, but now we're in the corner in the upper left. So we're in a little bit better shape. We get a Cuirassier here, so we can come and take this guy out. So now we'll actually have 2 military units. Oh, do we have to buy a military unit here? Oh, we can't afford it. We might save scum if we might save scum if this guy just takes the city. I didn't realize what was going on here. I think Salamanca, we want to grow faster. So where's Salamanca? Where's Salamanca? Hopefully we don't just lose the city here. Okay, we have an opportunity to buy a unit. We almost lose the city. A little bit of mismanagement, perhaps. Or almost certainly. We're getting fed a ton of food. I think we just go for more production. Currently. I think we're growing to the food here. Actually, maybe let's have this guy come over. Just in case this guy's coming our way. We gain an additional food thing. Yani, we don't need to grow. I think Las Palmas we wanted to grow. There's more stuff getting connected to the capital. Culture and capital. So this is now connected to the capital. So more stuff's getting connected here as we build ports. But I think it still isn't counting as connected for the purpose of trade. We can't make a... I'm gonna buy a merchant here and try and see if we can figure some stuff out. So can we march this merchant over to Madrid and then do a road to Madrid from Neapolis so that Neapolis could feed both? This is kind of the question we're asking ourselves here. Okay, so now we're going to come up for this artifact up and to the left. To be fair, we could set ourselves up to make sure that this is safe. I'm going to keep coming over here. Someone preferred Civ 6 religion over this. The religion in this is not very interactive, but I like that it's just the focus of one age, and then not as focused in the other ones. Man, I didn't want to be a hater, but the more I learn about Civ 7, the more disappointing it seems to me. Interesting. I'm actually pretty excited. Well, so I think that the game kind of right now is a little bit rough, but I think that it's actually going to be really sweet later on. So Zaragoza almost certainly can be a fishing town now. So why don't we take a look at Toledo. So Toledo's 240 currently. Zaragoza should be on the same continent, and it should feed in. You know what it probably has to do with? Maybe it has to do with trade range. Wait, this is still 240. What's going on here? Is Zaragoza feeding Valencia somehow? No, I think 266 sounds about right. Is Zaragoza not feeding anything if we do that? 144 has been what we've been at. So it looks like we have to somehow connect Zaragoza. So let's buy a port. Assuming that's the problem. We have a port in Zaragoza, so now let's go fishing. 102. Still 240. I'm so stumped exactly how this works. How is the AI in Civ 7? It's really bad, but they they seem to be making it so that, ooh, this guy doesn't hate us anymore. They seem to be making it so that it seems really rough, but they seem to be making it so that the AI doesn't have as many opportunities to drop the ball. Like, in terms of deciding wars, you can only, like, give or take cities. You can't put gold in, for example, so it means that the AI doesn't have to think about that. I don't know. I hate that this game is like that, though. It should be sweet on launch, not a skeleton of a game that will take potentially 1 year of DLCs and patches to make it sweet. No, Yep. I 100% get where you're coming from. I think that's also kind of what it's looking like. I'm very excited about the sweetness coming in, though. So, I mean, this is kind of... To some extent, this is just how, like, games work now. Right? I can't remember the last game that on release I was like, bro, this is the truth. Like, is Baldur's Gate, like, the only one? Especially strategy games, so... Maybe we grab this tile just because the yields are so high. Grab the resources here. Which incidentally, this is just quinine, so it's a factory resource, so we can't make use of it yet. Well... So I think what we want to do is we want to actually grab the oil. So let's see what we can do with gristmill. No. Grocer we can put here. And then with the grocer there... With our expansion, we can grab oil, which is going to give us quite a bit of food here. Yeah, our melee unit gaining some amount of pizzazz is pretty sweet. Kind of gonna... inclined to go merchant here. We could go museum though. We're gonna need more display slots anyways, I think. So Spahan, we don't know if it's connected. Pompeii is not connected here. I think we just need railways to get going, to like really get all these connections in, at least in this age. I'm curious if it's different in different ages, but this means that it's not worth it for us to specialize, because we should just grow until we hit that. Start digging up artifacts here. One more turn until another tech. And I think at that point the artifacts get revealed on that continent. Come here. So this is a civilian unit, so we're gonna maybe have this guy link up. We're gonna be able to convert another city-state soon. I think either we do Ani or we do the one in the north. I think it's probably Ani though. We get an artifact. Big nice. So now we can dig up over here.
The well-being of faraway strangers should be no less of a concern than our immediate neighbors.
By the way, because I haven't seen any of them do anything in any of your streams, the AI, they've attacked us a little bit. They seem to like get more passive as you get stronger, which makes sense. They're not very good at scaling bonuses still, so like, but some of the catch-up mechanics I think make them have a little bit more staying power in the like late game. But like, it's weird to simultaneously, because the soft resets make them catch up a little bit. So you don't like run away with it as hard, but you're still getting carryover kind of power. I think we look to get ambassadors in. We don't have too many specialists yet, so I think we do ambassadors right now. I guess at this point I stopped buying games on release, wait until sale dirt cheap, and yes, Baldur's Gate was the most recent game that was an absolutely amazing launch. Yeah. According it's a strategy game. Well, it's not quite a strategy game. Ooh, got food delivery. Thank you. It's like a turn-based strategy game, right? But it's also, I would classify that as an RPG. Yeah. People are also harsh on Civ because it's expensive. I can definitely... So there's like two layers to that. You should be harsh on... I think that's probably fair. Maybe they should have priced it lower, and maybe you could be aggressive about that. But there's like a secondary like type of way of thinking about it, right? We get closer to integrating Monaco here. I think we're gonna go for these guys to befriend. And that is the secondary kind of thing that I think is worth thinking through, is that you look at the total pie that Civ is going to be able to access, and it's not like a mainstream like AAA game where the total amount of money that it's going to generate through its price is going to be look a particular way. Like Civilization is probably the most mainstream like strategy game, and so maybe we should be extra harsh on them. But like in Victoria 3, if they double the price of Victoria 3, for example, that doesn't mean that Victoria 3 would suddenly have enormous gobs and gobs of revenue, right? We still need research for Baltica, unfortunately. We could go nationalism just to try and make sure we lock in the research needed. I'm kind of a fan of going communism first here, though. So the price, like, when considering price, I think it's worth considering the fact of, like, the total money that's going to be available to that gaming company, or rather than necessarily the nominal price. Like, Dominions is a really good example. That's a really small, like, indie-type strategy game. I don't expect them to generate a lot of money, even though the sticker price of $40 is reasonably high for, like, kind of what the game is. But it's like, they're not going to, that 40 is not multiplied by a very large number of purchases, you know? Good morning, Ultraweed. City Skylines 2 was worse than this game. Grinding hard, as you see. Yeah, we're trying to get this, one through. We do have to see what we got in terms of this food. Cat 4 Hurricane. In Barcelona? Oh no. That's a lot of damage. Let's repair everything. Okay. Is that +8 food? Why is that +8? That's so big. It's adjacent to the granary. Why is it +8 though? I'm not sure I understand. But +8 is +8, man. I'm actually entirely sure I don't understand. But we're gonna get ready to settle that over there. And I think we settle here. And I think we beeline the gold. And I think the reason we beeline the gold is because we want to verify whether or not the price gets cheaper on the purchasing of things as you stack more and more of those. So, I think we buy a settler. Look to go out here. But yeah, the AI seems like really weak at a lot of different tasks. This is Toledo. So I think we're gonna go for the construction here. Toledo's our one city in that area. It's not worth it for us to specialize if we aren't connected to a city. Which we're not. So. What do we have here? Oh, that's a big burrito. Okay. We're gonna let that sit for a minute, though. I'm gonna fortify until healed here. Looks like this guy's about to disperse. We might be able to snake this from him, which would be cute. I think we can take this out. We get an artifact. So we're gonna have 2 more possible here. We're currently sitting at... We want to make sure we slot artifacts into different city-states. We're currently sitting or in different locations as much as possible. So we maybe want to move out of the Paris Museum. This burrito feels so flimsy, though. It doesn't have structure. It lacks structure. I don't even know what burrito type it is. It's from Del Taco. Oh, this is going to be a messy one. Burrito time. It's overrated. People parroted YouTube reviewers or read bad UI and make a review saying the UI is bad. It's overhated. Oh, Civ 7? I absolutely think it's overhated. Everything I've seen is just like them memeing on the and dunking on the AI, because they have... This is also the only type of thing that you can really show with nice clarity on YouTube very quickly. To be fair, on my review, I'm going to dunk on the UI as well, to some extent, but it's like, with the understanding that I think that it's... Look, the UI in vanilla is fixed by... Ooh, München is eventually going to be a good city to trade with, because it's going to get 2 fish here. The UI is like... in Civ 6, for example, is fixed by mods. Civ 6 is just a polished release, even if it's bare bones. Or Civ 7.
Keep him in the dark.
A bare bones polished thing without a bunch of UI issues. The thing is, I'd rather have a game like a week early or a month early or whatever than like necessarily fix all this stuff. Like, if you could give me the choice between the two. It's like lack of communication that's maybe the most annoying part. We'll keep grabbing food, with the understanding that we do want to connect these to other cities. Capua might be able to connect to here. This is a city. We see it has 140. So if we do Capua, we do Farming Town, which I think is kind of the way to do it. Or actually... Hub Town would maybe make sense. So this does boost this up. In terms of the food. We're gonna have a lot to repair. We have to repair our stomach after this burrito, eh? Hurricane is a little bit annoying here. Let's see if Madrid went up. They were at like 144. Okay, so Capua is connected to both of these, and so it's providing food to both of these. If we take Capua off of this, right, then Madrid comes down. But the question is, how do we create new connections? Is it really just the only way is through railways? But Capua is great here, then I guess we keep this as a farm city probably for some time. We see there's a +7 over here. And Paris is being supplied by the other one, so I think we do want to push specialists, and as we get more specialists, those specialist cards will get a lot better. Looks like beefy something, some lettuce. We're gonna need to buy next turn. Some closeness. Discovered Hatception, performing espionage. They stole our civic. Not like this. How could you, Hatception? We trusted you. In your Hawaii game, they didn't attack you in Exploration and Modern, so they were indeed passive after you snowball. Yeah. That's something that's, like, hard to do, though, because, like, it's unsatisfying to have the AI just, like, unalive themselves on you as well. So, like, you could, if they were attacking you, the critique would be, like, just a different sort of critique of the same thing. I think we push for industrialization here. The grocer's gonna be strong enough. You know where a grocer would be really strong, though? Capua, now that it's feeding to 2 different places. Oh, looks like we already have a grocer in Capua, though. Let's build a port in Capua. I don't know if this makes it easier to connect it to other stuff. We also turned another one into a city, right? No, we didn't. But this stuff is starting to get maybe more connected. No, the truffles isn't. Can't specialize in this yet because it's not connected to anything. Which is maybe a disadvantage of pushing some of these cities closer. Do we have a grist mill that's reasonable? No, we don't. Saw pit, sawmill. We're not currently doing any chop things. Stonecutter, though. We can't put a stonecutter there because there's a unit there. Yeah. So once the unit moves off there, stonecutter there so that we can push into the coal next. Still don't have the tech. We'll just end the turn here. And then these guys excavate. So yeah, it does seem a matter of just being really proactive, but then culture victory seems straightforward after that. This burrito has no structure. How many dollars is the game? It's like 70. The game should have been 60 for like, game should have been 60 for like 20 years. You shouldn't be outraged about paying 70 for a game. You should be outraged that you were spending 60 15 years ago. It's a... Payments is a weird thing to like try and think through. Just in the abstract. They need money in order to do their thing. They're a for-profit company, though, and the amount that they pay to their shareholders, right, they're not spending on some kind of... they're not spending on other stuff. Or they're not spending towards the game, right? I think we come in here, maybe, and trade with there. We can also trade with city-states. Maybe we don't even need to expand that much. We just city-state and trade with them. But they have to generate revenue to make the game. So to some degree, you want to pay for the game or the game's development if you actually want the game to exist. But then there are also, like, expectations. And when the expectations aren't met, or a certain percentage of the revenue that they generate is going to profit that seems unfair, then like being critical is important and valuable, right? And so a larger question is, what percentage of revenue should be profit for a game company, right, to allow people to do it? Dominions is literally one person developing it? Yeah. Sorry, just joining, but what are the big changes in Civ 6? Do you like those changes? I think the biggest thing is the input of ages, and I absolutely love it, and I think it'll be modular and super cool once the game's developed a little bit. I think the game's pretty rough around the edges right now. I'm having a blast doing it, but like, some people seem... For some people, polish is incredibly important, and polish is just kind of unimportant for me. And so I don't really mind that the game is not very well polished. But if polish were important to you, I could see how you would be upset with the game at its current state.
Workers of the world unite.
Workers of the world untie. Okay, so there were a couple of these that weren't very good, we thought. And we're going to slot in both the communism ones, which should give us a little bit more science. I didn't see how much more science, but I think after this then we go for nationalism here. I think we take the science because we want to get into industrialization. Have 125 population. We do. One point towards the ideology legacy path. Ideology legacy path. Wait, what? I think we just keep buying this. I think we grab that. Repeatable science is going to be less valuable. We'll choose the happiness. Ideology legacy path. How is that even... There's no ideology legacy path here, though. What does this even give us? A lot of the game systems just seem very not transparent. We'll pick this even though we don't know what it does. We get a Diplo attribute point, okay. I think we go for production, or continue to go for production, as much as we can in this city. Because it's being fed food by the towns. I think this is probably the general heuristic that's good. Is if it's a town, you want food. If it's a city, you want production. Enjoy your meal? I've never eaten a burrito. I wish I could try it out. You've probably... I feel like you've probably had something similar to a burrito in your life. I mean, it's like... Have you had a flatbread sandwich? It's kind of like that. We could go Ironworks. We just finished a wonder. We could just push another wonder. We're planning on Susing some guys. This seems like not that great a bonus. This seems like not that great a bonus. Let's repair that. We have the specialization. I mean, we could connect Barcelona to Valencia. Barcelona's even bigger. It's a little bit tempting to actually just convert Barcelona to a city. I'm not sure which ones we want to convert to cities in a general sense. Some of these are interesting, but their pop is too low. And that's one of the huge drivers, is if it's a high pop, you can convert it to city much cheaper. Like Ravenna, there's only 400 to convert to a city. And we have a bunch of production there. So let's do that. Ravenna's getting 247 food. I wonder if it's connected here. It is. So Ravenna is connected to... Neapolis is connected to Ravenna and Paris. So it's feeding both. You get a fishing quay here for extra food, and it's feeding into both. Did we not set production? Did we just buy the thing? Okay. And now we have Ravenna City. That we can assign some stuff into. If we can find it. Just kidding. There it is. We did want to buy something here. I think it was a stone cutter on this tile. So the next turn we could grab the other thing. Dig, dig, dig. Need research before this guy can get going. It's the first thing I'll ever do when you travel, eat Mexican food. It is pretty good. Mexican and sushi are really up there. I could eat like infinite tacos. This burrito is like a hot mess though. Why don't we spread these guys out a little bit? I think we got 2 free units by researching the thing. Is my understanding of what happened here. There's 1 hot sauce packet down. Not sure we can handle too many sauce. I like burritos as long as it doesn't have beans. Uh-oh. Kind of feels like kebab from Turkey, which I like a lot. We have a lot of Turkish food because of the immigration. Yeah, so like the spices are way different in Turkish food, but it's like a similar idea as like a wrap kebab. There's a lot more cumin. If you've had anything with cumin, there's a lot of cumin and paprika in the spices used in a lot of Mexican food. I'm not sure that's worth... That's actually almost certainly not worth the Diplo we're getting. Those things seem like they scale really bad. They seem really good in the early game, and they seem really bad later. This seems okay-ish, I guess. Military Academy with plus 14. Where's that? It's from the Specialist. It builds over the Bazaar. So we lose the Bazaar, but the Bazaar's base stuff is not that valuable anymore. I think the bazaar just gives base value. You can't house specialists in it. Once you enter the, like, later ages. And then this guy can wait. A little bit of yikes, to be honest. Maybe we come back here. We'll deploy on this other side. Or deploy one at a time by hand. This guy can work his way over to this tile here. How are we doing on the Great Works here? We have 3 artifacts. We need 15, I think. I don't know if we're behind or not. I think we're in okay shape, though. Get this guy in position for when we take out Vienna. No way this guy settles that. That's insane. AI is willing to settle some really bad cities. Like, this is an insane settle, though. We know that that's an available settle, but it's like... Yeah, he's moving inland. Oh, he's moving to the area that just got cleared out. That makes sense, actually. We could try and beat him there, actually. Somewhere in here. Like right here. Would maybe be okay. Why don't we come here with the... Wait. Were we not digging that out? I guess we didn't finish. We're gonna try and body block over here. I don't think body blocking works on your allies, but... Now we're in full specialist mode in all of our cities. We're only gonna push specialists because we're getting 6 food per specialist. So we're gonna start snowballing. Uh-oh. Not Ashoka. We could improve trade relations and start trading more with her. I don't think she says yes. I think Ben does say yes. I think we're into doing the... Oh, why are you going after this guy? He's gonna take them out, it looks like. I thought we were befriending in Geneva. Or befriending Annie. We have enough to befriend. I'm just not sure if we want to or who. So let's do these one at a time. I guess the cannon can also kind of move over here. Hopefully that... I don't think that civilian unit can get one shot, but... I guess we'll also see. Geneva's in an okay spot for a city, like right here. Hits 4 resources. Or Geneva's blocking a good spot for a city. Fire Access didn't make Stellaris, it was Paradox. Fire Access seems less communicative in general than Paradox. Okay, so this looks like maybe the last one. We're not sure what's over there, though, unfortunately. I don't know if it reveals it if it's in fog, and maybe there's something back here, but I think that might be it for this continent. Keep getting burrito in my beard. Alright, we have displayed a ton of artifacts now. Have a university or a museum have explore research artifacts? Okay. Cultural attribute plus enter a thing. We're getting a ton of those, and they're starting to really stack up here. I fully believe, like, the marketing budget for Civ 7 is, like, 3 times larger than the game itself. That's unfortunate. That might be the best way to sell games. Kinda hate it, if that is.
The members of the nation.
If I see a half-baked game priced for $70, a huge marketing campaign, I wish there were money into it. I also don't know how difficult it is. I'm not part of game development, so I don't know how hard some of the stuff that we complain about or we see as being fundamentally important and is, like, failed to put in. I don't know how hard it is to implement those things. So in some sense, it's also kind of tough to say, you know? I think we pew-pew that guy down. Then maybe come back here and heal. Just play a little bit conservatively. I guess let's check and see if the stuff's been revealed yet. Research still required. I don't know what research we need, man. I kind of want to push some of these civics, though. Which one of these do we want? I'm kind of leaning towards civic. It's an interesting bonus that France has that they can pick. Like, we want more science, but we're just kind of trying to wait patiently. I think we do social science in. We're currently at 346. It really doesn't give us a whole lot. But that'll ramp up as we get more and more. Ironworks currently gives us a decent chunk. Gonna need to keep this place kind of spread for our unique one. I don't know why this is +8. I guess because it's adjacent to 2 resources. We could also kill that, and then we will be able to grow and do a different spot. Perhaps grabbing more production instead of the food. I gotta finish this burrito. My hand is getting tired from holding it. How much does transform into a city? Still 1,000. That seems like a kind of expensive nut. Maybe it's worth, because in our cities we get food equal to a whole lot from our exploration age bonus. I think we have at level 4 or 5 at this point for our attributes. Expansionist. So +1 food in cities per town. We have some 15 towns. So it makes these things grow insanely fast. Which one of these cities has the absolute most construction potential, though? It might be this one. I think it is this one. So we can pay the full nut on this. And then I think Bordeaux is connected to it, so we could feed food for Bordeaux over here. If we made Bordeaux a food place. But now we're getting 166 food. Is there a breakdown? Like, it's so hard to see where you're getting stuff from. It just says from the city, like, thanks. I understand. We're getting food from the city. But it doesn't tell us what we're getting food from. We're trying to find the breakdown, right? Oh, you know what? We should have bought we should have bought a grocer in here first. Okay, we can build an ironwork, though. We'll get more production there eventually. And now it's a city. It's not Toledo, though. It's Ajaccio. In theory, we probably should put a food card in on Capua, considering it's feeding 2 different cities. Why is this guy going for Kathmandu, man? There isn't a way to tell the AI to, like, stop it. Let's excavate. Looks like they are getting some excavation done here. With the tech that they stole from us. So knowing that they are going to finish and be able to move over, I think we're going to buy another explorer. No. Buy an explorer. Try and lock that in. Hopefully he doesn't need to read at a museum first. If so, we'll have to buy a museum out of here, but that's not the end of the world. I think we maybe send this guy down to help. These last few bites is very, very mangled. Ideology legacy path is for military victory? Oh, that makes sense. Generally, the more systems you have, the harder it is for the AI to interact with everything in a comprehensive way. It's also like the AI... Making the AI think ahead is like a whole nother task that's like generally really difficult. Or be able to process like the future properly. Oh, we will work our way down towards this oil here. I guess we could have grabbed this oil straight away. Now Sparta, I think, will potentially become a city. It is producing a lot of food, but we also have a lot of production potential there. I don't know, we'll grab happiness. At any point we can push the specialist, I think we want to. I think Ravenna's not even... Oh, it is a city. Yeah, so I think we'll push the specialists here now. It is going to end up giving us a lot of food. We could choose a bonus. I think culture buildings get +1 is pretty strong. But artifact is maybe what we're supposed to do just because we're trying to get the victory. And we have a lot of culture already. Let's lock in the artifact, I guess. Maybe we Suze this guy even. We have enough points to Suze guys. He's not on top of like really excellent resources. Let's just do it. Because we were planning on Susing this guy, but I think he gets clapped. Oh, maybe he doesn't get clapped. Maybe we Suze both. We're just doing this so we can get ahead of this guy. Let's take it one step at a time, actually. Don't think we specialize just yet there. Sparta also probably feeds food into here. We're not sure if there is a connection. I guess we're gonna just keep growing Sparta. Sparta, if we upgrade into a city, almost certainly can get fed from Pompeii, though. I wonder if these guys, by doing trade with them, are going to come off of being super aggro with us. We will get more resources, though. Madrid was having serious happiness problems. Consider them solved. We need research. And then we can disperse. Oh, and this settlement will break literally every other settlement that could settle here. I think it's excellent, though. We get the fish, which are really good, and just, like, infinite other resources. And we get to buy a port here and go rubber, rubber. Toulouse. But we specifically want to be able to bridge this gap because we're going to be able to build urban districts over here. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3 squares for urban districts. You know what is interesting is we could convert this into a city right away so it massively grows a ton of food. It's going to have a decent amount of production. And it's already at the ceiling of cost, so it's going to cost, you know, this amount, 1,000, but it can't cost any more. And so I guess in theory, if the cost is 1,000, you either want to wait for stuff to get undercosted or really aggressively build new things up, because this will expand really, really fast once it's a city, because it'll be getting an extra 150 food once it's a city. So I think we spend down like our entire resource here. So we're gonna buy a port. This is gonna let a gap bridge. And then we're going to, we want to fish in Quay anyways. So maybe we come here. This is, we'll be able to gap bridge here. Actually, no, we want to gap bridge here because that'll give us an additional place for urban districts. And then we know we could grocer here. And then we could do ironworks up here or down here. Get us full access to kind of everything. We do want to keep one tile open completely for our France unique thing. Our unique quarters. So we don't want to use every single tile available. So the question is, do we want a granary? Probably not. Do we want a brickyard? Maybe. Do we want to build a brickyard here? I don't know. That would keep this unlocked for the unique buildings. We would still have one more tile right here. I think I'm okay with it. And then we can't convert to the city because we're out of money. Fair enough. But next turn we convert this to a city. And we have a bunch of growth from the town. I think we're gonna grab foxes. Oh, woodcutter would be nice because of rubber. It uses the wood. And we will be able to see if prices change when we get this gold. So this is going to be an important point when this happens. Do have fries as well. We probably should have eaten the fries first. Those are more critical to eat when hot. Mistakes were made. Stop it, AI. Stop. Suze is a great new verb. I think it is a thing already in the Civ community. This is the finished game. UI looks kind of bad. UI is kind of bad. This is the finished game. Shiny boy with weak hands, basically. The burrito was too much for me. It's the holding it with, like, the claw action for an extended period of time that did it, I think. So we are getting a lot of these artifacts as well. Let's see how we're doing. We do want to spread them out. But we are up to 6, so we're, like, halfway to a victory. And the age has just started. Kind of seems a little OP.
Beauty perishes in life, but is immortal.
There are a couple leaders in the world game with bonuses towards befriending city states, but I haven't tested them out. I don't really know, because we have to see which bonuses each of those give, too. It's like exponentially useful though if you Suze one of each type and then you get extra yields per Suze, then that's like a lot of extra yields, right? So when you defeat an extra enemy unit, gain culture equal to its combat strength. I don't think we're interested in that right now. I think we'll research this as well. Extra settlement limit there. +2 culture on happiness, buildings, and wonders is also intriguing, to be honest. We're about to get industrialization, so we might be able to start connecting the dots. But I think it's time. So this we're planning on building here. I guess since we're planning on building this, we could just buy it. We do have to buy it here. If we buy it here, we're bricked for life. Well, let's just buy it first. Get plus 500 science. So that's also like a really big yield. So we spent the Diplo. We spent like 500 Diplo and we transmuted it into like 500 science by Suzing them. Quay is read as key. That's my bad. Someone's already corrected me on that and I've forgotten. You're right though. The key. We are going to push just these boys now that we are getting extra stuff from them. Extra food. Still collecting all the resources here. Ben Franklin stealing from us. We have no recourse. It doesn't feel like we can do anything against him. We can't say, hey dog, don't do that. We can just counter spy. Alright, so we have to do this in a virgin tile. I think here's probably fine. We cannot build it over another district, unless we're overbuilding twice. So let's do this one. We have to do it in a tile where there is nothing. Nothing! Nothing? I think we like this one here. We know being adjacent to wonders is going to be good. We don't have any tiles that are adjacent to multiple wonders. Except over here, but we'd have to overbuild twice. Maybe that's okay. There's a kiln. Ah, but there's a museum. We can't overbuild the museum. I feel like I'm not understanding overbuilding. Like, no matter how many times I like look at what it says and this type of thing. Okay, so we get industrialization. What is the bonus here? Mines and woodcutters production. These are always so good. Or they seem good. I think we go for it. But now we can start building railways as well. Or we can just buy railways. Are these connected? These are still not... Oh, this is connected now. This city is not very happy. Rome would be getting more. Out of this, because it is the capital. This is production. You can throw the production into Toledo. They will appreciate it. We're not specializing these towns yet. Did we just not do the research? We do the dig here. Can you dig it? This guy's currently digging. Targeting it. Looks like he's gonna settle up here, which kind of is a bad settle anyways. We thinks. Oop. That's not a man anymore. I'm thinking about this, choosing this guy here. We don't see anyone going for him yet. Actually, you know what we could do? I think we could scoop everyone up. I think we could scoop everyone up and then heal into Toulouse. We do get an artifact. This guy's already digging. But there's another artifact here now? Or did we not fully dig it out? Alright, I guess we come down here. Are more artifacts spawning? I thought we already looked down there. I guess maybe not. I fell into the trap of civilization in every strategy game where I just build all the buildings available to me in the order I want and forgo all military. I do that. I do that as well. Military is also usually balanced to be extremely strong anyways, so it's actually like extra bad. It's like worse than it looks. So we're in specialist only mode, which means a lot of our things that are growing out is actually kind of inefficient. What is this city? Lyon? We do want to make sure that we actually lock in some of the stuff that Ben can expand to, like this mountain. This is an awful city. Shout out to Philadelphia. This would secure us the absolute most tiles, but we wouldn't get this. I think we settle here. Unless this guy settles first. Please no. Please no whammies. But then we have a power the AI doesn't. Saves coming. In return, they have way more yields than us. So we can feel smart for beating their yields while they can feel stupid for losing to saves coming. Yay. Alright, we're gonna gather up. I don't think we're gonna save scum over that one city though. If they settle there before us, we'll just be sad. Yes! I think we're gonna brick all of his settles too. Hearing you say you're not gonna build X buildings confuddles me, and then I remember I feel weird. Well, it increases the yields on certain working tiles. Like, there's 3 types of working tiles. There's mines, there's farms, and then there's the wood choppy chops. And there's 4 with the fish. And if you don't have any of those tiles in your city, there's really not much a point. Let's see the... Oh, I'd be so mad if I was him. Yeah, so now the only settle potential is over there. And to the left. But what we're going to do is we are going to buy a bunch of stuff. So we're going to first buy... Actually, Gristmill I think can bridge. Yeah, we want to bridge over. And then... Oh, we wanted to bridge here. That's unfortunate. But we could go fishing quay here. Not a big deal. Because we want to lock in some of this stuff. I think silver we already have. Actually, could they settle in the south? They can't, so they just have to go somewhere else. Right, they can't settle down here. Oh. That's really not the town growth we wanted. We wanted to... This is city growth. I'm gonna shoot for production here. Oh no, wait, it's not city growth yet. We haven't converted this to a city. Or is there any other thing we want to buy here? We could buy a rail station and a museum. I think we want the rail station. I think we're going to hold back our last remaining builds. Or we have a couple. The rail station has to be in its own unique thing, which I had forgotten. But we get a discount on buying. I don't think we're going to buy a museum here. So I think we convert this to a city now. And then now we can do military academy. For production. And that one will be pretty good because of all the adjacent resources. Alright, here we'll grow the citrus. It's like bugged out in terms of like appearance. And then we know we have that plantation. How much wood do we think we're gonna work? I think we're gonna work all this down here for mines. So with that in mind, we can go stone pit here. And then we don't have enough money, but this does make it so we can work the wine now. And since we have 2 plantations, maybe we go granary here to get the last lock-in of that tile over there. And then we might have to build some more buildings up this way to prevent them from spoiling anything. You failed to effectively eat your combo. At least tell me what you have some soda to wash down the fries. We don't have any soda. We have a little bit of leftover energy drink, though. And a giant jug. White gummy bear. But wait, who won? The burrito generalist? Definitely the burrito. If the burrito becomes unwrapped during the course of eating, you lose. Every single burrito is a battle. But it's not important to win each and every battle. What's important is winning the war, which is not giving up. If you give up after a burrito defeats you, then you lose the war. If you eat another burrito later, then the war continues. War is hell. War never changes. Fundraiser for microwave to be placed at foot level from GG Resolute Desk. Air fryer. Dude, air fryer would be dope. We have enough to send. Are we already befriending them? We are. We can speed up progress. Do they take this out is the thing. We don't know the answer to that question. We could add support, which makes it way faster, though. Maybe let's add support and keep an eye on the north. Come back to Salamanca. The name for bagel is Baguettia. And before Brits see bagel and say, oh, naughty bun. Nottingham. Oh, this is funny. There's not a way through here because of this, so he can't even come settle over here. Cute, cute. He's gonna walk his ass all the way back over here. Let's actually check the settler. Ah, so we don't want him to settle there, and then... nab that resource, actually. So, what we will do... Why don't we actually also promote growth in this city-state? Because we're going to eventually trade with Monaco. And then... we could eventually incorporate it. We don't have any gold. I don't think they settle next turn. So we'll have to make sure we lock in on that tile. We get +1 artifact. Hell yeah, brother. I think that's the last one for this continent down there. So let's come back here. I think we can do something later, though. Oh, we also got a rail station over here, didn't we? So what we can do is, because we have a rail station, I think we could actually redo resources a little bit. Toulouse City, is that it? That is it. Toulouse City. We built this city. Wait. Do we need a rail station and a port? Or do we need a factory and a rail station? I think we need a factory too. Nice. I think that's all for this continent for us. So I think we can come back here and maybe do some research of some kind. Or maybe that's it for archaeology for us. I think we made a mistake here. Yeah. Fortunately, it hasn't all gotten dug up. Actually, that does mean we could send this guy over to get this last one up here. And then to ensure that we have one on each continent still, we can send this explorer up to Valencia or to Barcelona. And I think that works. Why do you even unwrap a burrito? We didn't. It unwrapped itself.
There is only one good thing in life.
Burritos, as everyone knows, have sentience. I don't think we're going to use the policy slot there, but we misunderstood what needs researched was. The truth hurts. Two culture for every social policy slot in the government. What does social policy even mean? I think we continue on with our communism. Are we locked out of this? I feel like you should only be able to research one of these. But collectivization will give every town like 9 to 10 food. Oh, I think we choose this.
And was Jerusalem builded here? Among
Not sure whether we're supposed to go for food. We've unlocked all the resources. Why don't we lock in all the tiles we can? Tecum said, no, how could you? How could you, Tecum said? So we need to build these two on top of each other. I think we don't mind nuking this farm tile here to get that done. Considering that's just adding food and we're getting a lot of food from other areas. Take a look at adjacencies, though, I guess. Each adjacent wonder and culture constructible. Let's do this first, I guess. We get refunded that, so we're going to use it to produce more construction. I think we go academics here. Okay, so we can buy this. I don't think that's really worth it for us right now. Although this place has got a lot of production. Maybe we're supposed to city it. If we're supposed to city it, then we want to buy all the stuff we want to buy in it first and then city it. No tie because 0 equals 0 equals whole? Wait, what? I don't even understand that joke. What do you also accidentally unwrap donor kebabs? We don't get like donor in a wrap often enough to actually be able to answer that question, I don't think. Maybe we'll come here. I don't think we can get pot shot there, and then we'll have 2 units. Played a little bit slow. We are trying to friend this guy up. Oh, just kidding. He can shoot us anyway. I think he melee'd us. Imagine collectivization done right. You get a hefty malice for food production for like 8 turns. And then decaying food production for the next 100 years. At which point it starts going negative. Seems like a really unfun mechanic, to be honest. Because you, like, want to make progress. That doesn't sound like progress. Maybe that's the idea. I'm not sure Spahan is even connected to anything. I think it's not. I think it's just out there growing on its own. We could get production here, actually. Oh, wait, we definitely want this. So I think we were into buying. We could even buy this and put it here. We were gonna say buying a sawmill. Ironworks probably makes more sense here. Buy ironworks. And then with the city expand, we can pick up the tobacco. It's so wacky. It's tobacco. Production with a rail station. I think we want that in Toulouse City. Actually, Toledo getting construction is probably fine too. Let's do it. Yeah, they're going to be hurting for production in the long term. I think we might have bricked our way out of a rail station though, or we have to decide between a rail station and, oh no, we can build over one of these. I was going to say a rail station in our unique building, because the unique building, I think, has to go here. Is this a ruin? Where's our Dora the Explorer? I didn't even realize these were over there. Our Dora's all the way over here. Okay. Let's buy, since there's 2 of those there. Maybe we just buy, not a merchant. Let's buy Dora. Have her explore right over there. Kind of just want to lock it in. We do have to make sure we have enough museum slots to get a victory, but it looks like we have, what is this, 7, 13, we need 15, so we need at least one more museum. That shouldn't be a problem, though. I think we're starting to get close here. I mean, Arabic food is usually on a tray of sorts. I usually, like, I feel like when I get, oh, what's the word? It's not, well, I guess it's doner for the Germans. When I get doner, I get, like, a platter rather than a wrap. Or when I get kebab. It's, like, called gyro here. We'll lock in. We'll lock that in sometime soonish. Eventually. Salamanca's still a town. We could go stonecutter and ironworks, I guess. Yeah, maybe we buy this one. It's more expensive, but we get kind of to the point where we can grab that oil on the subsequent turn. This city is going to grow insanely fast, though. Look, one turn. Because of all that's getting fed to it, because we have so many towns. So I think we do want to make Salamanca a city sometime soon-ish. Pompey's looking to have a lot of production too, though. I think Pompey does connect to Sparta. So making either of those into cities maybe makes some sense. Our income's coming up quite nicely. Okay, so we have to build this on top of the other one. Which means we have to remember where we put the other one. Alright, it is here. So we will be getting our unique district. Or whatever it's called. I'm not sure it's called district. I think we just passed the turn. We wait for him to get one closer. There's low happiness here. Low happiness. This is in the queue. Next up will be the salon. That'll help with the happiness. It'll help a lot with the happiness once we build them on top of each other, because it'll give every single urban thing happiness. We are going to get a whole lot of happy today. Wait, why can't Pompey... Oh, we don't have enough gold. I was going to say, why can't they build the thing? And then we get to dig here. So I think we have 3 of these incoming. Yeah, we're getting... I feel like we're actually getting close. We have 3 incoming.
One small twig, combined with others, makes a bundle.
What is our scientific attribute, even? Let's take a look. We know our expansionist one is huge, so we're going to be slotting in that one, but let's see what we have on scientific. Our scientific one's pretty good too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's change our civics. Social policies. I think we don't necessarily need ambassadors. So now, towns gain science equal to your science attribute bonus. Minus 5%, minus 5 culture, so we would be paying 5 culture for 4 science. I think we're for collectivization either way. I'm not sure we want to pay that, though. I mean, I think we're okay with that trade-off, but the thing is, the opportunity cost is doing something like this. I guess this one has a trade-off as well. Free speech doesn't. Combat strength on all land units does seem strong. Oh, only in your territory. Production towards projects. We're not close to doing a project. So I think we're going to take a look at what we can do over here. And we're generally going to want to look to stuff that gives us artifacts. Let's see if any of these give artifacts. No, okay. Culture and gold for every city-state you're sues of. This just seems like such a weak card. But that gives us explorers more research. Oh, maybe we're supposed to rush hegemony. I think we'll choose the happiness one. And we have to find a square where we can squash the other thing. A villa, I think, is squashable. So we're going to build here. That way we can squash the other thing. And it is time for us to build the salon. I think we're providing food currently. But we were thinking of moving more production-oriented. I think either way this tile's free. Let's not overcomplicate it. These are all still unconnected. And we don't have a factory and railway town. Although we can produce factories now. So maybe that's what we want to move towards, is buying a factory. After this, I think we'll move that guy away to heal him. Now we can pew-pew this guy. So maybe we don't push up Salamanca yet. To be fair, it's still got some tiles to grab. I think this bad boy is going to feed a lot of stuff if we make it a food thing. And I think that would be reasonable given, look at the food yields of this that we have down here. We are converting this guy. I guess if we hadn't converted this guy, we would be able to get a lot of food yields with like a city here or something. We're also getting that guy, so we could risky here to get the biscuit here. 2 mortars. I just think that there's like no chance that Kathmandu survives unless we decked Xerxes. Just to protect this thing. Maybe that's worth doing? I mean, I think we have the army to fight Xerxes. And then we'd get Kathmandu. We'd be able to get culture pursues. We're having a lot of Suzes. I would like, if we were befriending them, for that to allow... Maybe we just deck Xerxes here, just cause... You go after Delhi, occupy the capital, raid a bunch of things. It's also not the end of the world if they get rid of Kathmandu. It's actually maybe a reasonable settle up there, but probably not. Yeah, look, they got more units coming in. This guy's coming in. Oh, this is the other guy. The other guy was going for it before. Actually, what's known as donor is basically a gyro. That's my understanding, yeah. It's just in Germany it's called just donor. Yeah, what's the best resources to have? It depends on the age. Like, fish is gonna be really good as a factory resource this age. I kinda like gold a lot. I think buying buildings in towns is strong. Because it lets you to put down a town. So we can kind of take a look here. It allows you to put down a town and then buy a couple of cheap buildings and then expand really, really easily to make sure you get what spread you want and resources very quickly. So you can see here our urban sprawl is sprawling towards the resources, so that we can work the resources with our very first expansions. I think that this is a strong play pattern. Camels, maybe? Camels is also really good, but camels is only good once you already have a lot of resources. I like the mastery thing. It seems like a neat idea. I wish Vic 3 had this kind of stuff in the research street. That would be sweet. Ooh, we wanted to make sure that this guy didn't settle in a place that annoyed us. So here's what we're talking about here. We can make sure that he doesn't get access to this tile by buying this here. And we have a huge discount on all this stuff. And so now we unlock this tile. And then we can with this city, or this town. I think this actually is a city. You go gristmill? No. So we can go here. And then... Oh, did we click the wrong spot? I think we did. No, we didn't. We just didn't buy it. Alright. We want to buy some of these to move on over. So we want to buy the brickyard to kind of also illustrate our point. And then after we buy the brickyard, we can buy a sawmill not there, a granary right here. Let's take a look at the settle map. So he could settle here and expand out this way. Right? So by going for some of this stuff, we lock him out of being able to do that. Oh, I'm stupid, sorry. Oh, we can't do that while he's on the tile? Is that what's going on? No, I queued the building. We should be able to do it with him on the tile. Man, it's taking us forever to try and explain this. Okay, so we get to lock in the fact that we get this. So even if he settles here, he can't nab this resource right away. And the base cost is like 220 for that building, but now it only costs 100 because we've stacked a lot of that, including Augustus Caesar's this. But I think a lot of it also comes down to whatever resources are going to be good are going to be ones that you're leaning into a strategy you already have. So the fact that we're on gold, discount towards purchases in towns, I think makes gold more valuable for us because we get a gold discount on purchasing buildings. So it makes buildings very, very cheap for us to buy with gold in towns. And so it allows us to kind of get this mega sprawl going. So now he doesn't really have a good settle. I think we come here. So we are really close to victory here. We've displayed 10 artifacts. Now we just have to display a couple more. Dora the Explorer. I don't think we looked very good here. What we could maybe go for. I don't know if we're already beelining that. I guess we will with that guy. He's pretty close. Would you like a farmer's market, Hatshepsut? She would. We could maybe improve relations with her over time. And become friends once again. This guy's big badge, though. Maybe because we locked him out of a decent city. So he could settle here, but there's nothing for him to do there. No resources to gain, no nothing. Given the amount of urban sprawl in this game, it's clear it was made by Americans. Oof. And the fact that you have to use cars and you can't use public transportation. True. Wow, how close are we, actually? 3... Oh, this is kind of 11. And we still are working a couple of those. Additional ones. I think we might send to Toulouse. Because it's in the middle of the continent, in case we get more of an opportunity to go for these things. We are a little slow on the railways, I feel like. So in terms of trying to win... Yeah, Kathmandu is gone. Oxford and the schoolhouse. Or Oxford Uni. Again, we're 100% specialist pushing. Right now. It's a shame this is not connected to anything. Otherwise, this would make a great fishing town. Real big bummer. I think we need the rail stuff. We just purchase a rail station and see. Alright, let's buy a rail station here. So now we have a rail station in Madrid and 273 food. If we make this a fishing town, which we want it to be, 273, man. 308. We're gonna see this one as well. 93. That's definitely not getting help. I don't know how to connect this, man. Still 308. There's a lot to be left desired in terms of being able to figure out stuff in the UI. Oh, looks like these guys are finally soused. Looks like eventually we're gonna have a lot of production here. think we're gonna make sure that... So he can grow on us a little bit here in the north. And I think we're gonna lock him out of that. So we're gonna go granary. And then we're gonna go... Sawmill. Saw pit. Brickyard. And lock him off of those. And then he could... We can't grab this one, so I think we're fine now. Alright. Science buildings receive +1 science per each SUS you have. Kind of attractive for this. 5% science for every city-state. That's probably a little bit better. Let's do this. Maybe we go for Geneva here. We have enough to flip Geneva. And we know that the Kathmandu is dead. And but if we do this, we're saying we're not settling here. Whereas otherwise we could settle a decent town. We're at the current town limit. But I think there's a few spots still that are maybe okay-ish. So maybe we're better off befriending these guys. And we can add support to speed it up like we did with these guys, who are going to be 3 turns away from relatively friendly. And we could also SUS Munich. Let's view our tree here. Stock exchange. Settlement limit. Clay pits on quarries. Mass production. Kind of looking for stuff that allow us to get some amount of knotting is going to give us actually what we want, which is art relics and artifacts. Maybe we actually are just bricked out of a victory that way. Production on clay pits and quarries. I'm not sure how many of those we really have. I think I like going for mass production though. Alright, we have kept a square open just for this. Although we can build over some things if we wanted. We have to be careful about not building... Let's just be conservative here and do this. So now we get the growth. Unfortunately, it's just food. We will choose as much production as we'll get as much production there as we can. Building already exists. We forgot where we built it. I feel like it's over here, maybe? No, it's not. It's got a special border, so I think this is it. This does look like it. The Jardin à la. So this will get us our bonus. Let's make sure we don't misclick there. Which will give us a ton of happiness. A ton of happiness. Brest, we're kind of maybe going to convert to a city reasonably quickly. Just because it's not benefiting from expands anymore, even. It's kind of a weird one. Either that or we have to turn it into a different type of town. It is going to have plantation, or woodcutter, plantation. I guess it's going to have a lot of mines. We could even do a mining town. Mining town, I think, doesn't require that it connect to anything. Not sure what this guy's taking his time on, like getting rid of Kathmandu. I mean, if Kathmandu can somehow survive, we would want to SUS them. We're gonna bring this guy back and heal him up. And there's the dig. Currently at 11 artifacts. America has a lot of rural areas. We don't have that at all in Flanders. Yeah, but we also have like areas that are super sprawly. Like LA is really sprawly. There's like no vertical building at all. Because it decreases the value of property, so cities generally, or peoples generally lean on the city to not allow you to build tall. It's kind of an insipid pattern. I feel like we're actually almost done with the game, even though we're only 20-something percentage in the age. Where is this? Guess we'll do this. And we can choose our celebration. Hegemony allegedly lets us do more stuff. Wildcard attribute point, unfortunately, in Future Civic isn't gonna really help too much. So kind of inclined to do science here. And maybe we actually slot that in, because we're running the science thing, and we end up getting a lot more science, a little bit less culture. We can convert to a city, but we won't. They do take down the city, alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him well. Horatio. I'm not sure if we're... Yeah, we are Susing these guys. So the only one we're not Susing is Munich. This would be a fine city, but we don't have additional expands. And if we do get an additional expand, I think we go fine right up here. Looks like they're actually going to settle that up there, though. I'm sure we can find somewhere on the map that's, like, reasonable. It is it weird to say that winning is just a formality now? It feels like a formality. My first playthrough did not feel as snowbally in the modern age as this one does. This one feels like we've kind of already won. Which is why I'm glad we did 2 runs before doing our review. I do think it's probably less snowbally, but... the AI is just not good at ensuring that they have good cities, you know? Like, this has 2 resources on it. I mean, Rowan's good. If you look at the minimap, like, almost all of our cities have full area expansion, and the AI has a lot of cramped cities. Like, Philly's bad. Dives is bad. Or Dives. And the AI is kind of willing to settle for bad cities. I guess Bilbao is kind of medium for us. We have some medium-ish cities, but it is on top of a natural wonder. So it was very good at that time. Hatshepsut's no longer angry with us. Of course, we are running the thing with her. Can we buy a factory in here? No. Wait, do we not have what we need for... What do we need for factories? Oh. Okay. I think you're supposed to rush factories as science. Or as, the tech one. What are we cooking with here? This gives a little production. So much production tiles in this city. I guess we do want to make this into a city eventually. Or in this area. No global warming, so I think the ice never breaks up, right? I don't think that's in game yet. Fish is strong as a factory resource. We're not on factories yet, though. I guess it's kind of a formality. Maybe we should just grab it. Kind of into the 6 food flood tile here. So, you don't see a road between Toulon and Salamanca, and we can't construct roads in this age. I think we just have to get factories and railways. I think we already built one, so... There's the other. Which incidentally is going to give us a ton more happiness. Oh, we have more excavates here? Dog. So I think we excavate. Didn't we have one guy coming in from over here? Is this that guy? Oh, him. Where are you going? Oh, this thief excavated. So I guess in order to ensure that we get as much excavations as possible, we're going to buy an explorer. We're going to excavate here. We're going to get another excavation here. I wish there was an excavate map mode. We have a guy coming to Pompeii, I think. From somewhere. So that place got that we were heading to. If getting rid of a city-state gives you an opportunity for another artifact, then we made a horrible mistake choosing everyone, didn't we? And we should in fact take out Munich. I mean, we could fairly easily. There's +1. We simultaneously feel like victory is assured and victory is perhaps impossible. Which is weird, but we have... Oh no, wait, we have 12 artifacts. I didn't realize these coins, the doubloons, were in fact artifacts. We have 12 artifacts. We are getting another one, 13, 14. Are we excavating a last thing? No, we're gonna get exactly 14. Dog. Let's come here and see if we can do another research thing for like the next wave of artifacts or something. Compare Flanders to Long Island. Game confirmed not woke because there's no global warming. No, it's gonna be a DLC. We'll repair all this stuff. That's a lot of happiness.
We feel free because we lack the very
Okay, we can research other... Actually, just kidding. We can research other artifacts now. We almost got it in the first act is what happened. This is the second act towards this stuff. Oh wow, we're just like not gonna actually play the modern age, are we? Getting a ton of happiness now from our unique building. I think happiness is cranked up quite a bit. If you're on the YouTube, you could probably rewind maybe 20-30 minutes and see how much it's come along. I think it's quite a lot. So here we could build over the library. I think I like building over the library. It feels like, do we subsume the library's stuff when we build the right type of building over it? This is just wildly more stuff, or is it because we already have specialists in here? It might be the specialists. Let's build a schoolyard there, though. Alright, we have to be careful. We don't misclick. Because then we are stuck. Okay, both of these are not yet. They both need to be built. Are we gonna do a lot of chopping? A lot of mud stuff? I think we might do quite a bit of mud stuff. I think we're looking to make this a city. I think this kind of probably doesn't matter. Or this is already a city, rather. Happiness from great works. I think we go for this. And extra happiness if you have great work slotted. It's going to be multiplicatively effective with us getting just a lot of happiness from playing France and our unique district. We can think about buying a bunch of buildings or upgrading a city to a city, or a thing to a city. So we could buy a rail station and a port here, and then upgrade it. Actually, we probably want a fishing quay as well. And then we see sawmill and stonecutter are both kind of okay. And then we're just going to be a little bit shy. We're gonna upgrade Salamanca to a city soon. The ability to buy gold buildings in there is like an asymmetry of sorts. Okay, so I think we send these guys back over here to do the research. Oh, bro, are we just gonna do it? We're just gonna get there before they do. I guess we just get there before they do. I don't know what this guy's doing. He's asleep at the wheel here.
So readily do people adapt themselves to the law.
But we just get both of these. Unless those mortars can dig up artifacts. And we will just have a now massive amount of food. Build a salon on top of this. I think we like that as our opener here. Gonna help a lot with the happiness. So here we have 83 food. We have 137 food. And 197. What happens if we turn this into a 137, 197, right? I'm gonna turn that into a specialty town. 137 still, so that one's not connected to that other one. 197 not connected is to loan to anything. Can we, like, buy ourselves a merchant and connect stuff? I don't think we can. We have a rail station already. Or we don't have a rail station here. Can we buy a rail station or port in here for the navigable river part? Or a rail station. If we buy a rail station, does that connect us? No, 137 still. Maybe we need a rail station and a port. I'm struggling, chat, to see how we connect stuff in the modern age. Road and sea connection. Settlements are linked directly by roads or by coastal on the same continent. Towns connected to cities. This way you can feed those cities when selecting a town focus. Do we actually just need to do more trade between us and the AI? See if she's amenable to an additional trade route. I'm like definitely missing something. I really wish I understood what I was missing. Because I know in other ages you can, or at least in the early age, you can connect two settlements via... Plus A is nice. You can connect two settlements via road using a merchant to make a road. But we didn't seem to be able to do that this turn. Mass production is going to be incredible. Salamanca is now a city. And now it's a happy city. But, like, we would love for Zaragoza to be able to connect to Toledo. That way we could actually feed it stuff. Because right now we have towns growing and not connected, so we can't properly use them. I mean, we're just going to win here, but... And this guy gets to research the other artifacts on this continent. But it doesn't matter, because we're going to lock them all up in, like, the first wave of artifacts. Need to refer to the anti-woke spreadsheet to see if Civ 7 is woke. I mean, Civ 6 was... Well... aware of climate change, let's put it like that. Woke has, like, some connotative entailments. And there's, well, like, yeah, everyone knows, like, what woke means now. In relation, it's like a derogatory term referring to people that are too concerned with, like, PC culture. Which I absolutely think is something that you could do, but I also think that, like, the original term's been co-opted at this point. Is this video pre-recorded? Yes. And launched via restream? Yes. And am I just a bot created for the purpose of fabricating engagement with the viewer? Yeah. Streamer? Yes. Also yes. All of these things are true. If these things are actually true, though, we're way more clever than we appear. Because that would just be absolutely hilarious to do. I think we're going to say nah to Benny. Big Benny here. So we can buy a port and a rail station here, but I don't feel like it connects us. I don't know what is connecting us. I feel so disconnected. Chat. It's a microcosm. Okay, but now we have new dig sites over here. For different types of artifacts. So, this culture victory business is not hard. Why don't we actually scoop up this? And then sleep this guy. Don't you need to build railroads to connect to the rail stations? I guess. This is what I've been thinking might be the case. We have like 30 signs worth of great works, but that's really not a lot. Culture on City Park, hell yeah. Take a production and happiness here. We don't necessarily want to force like a late age thing. I think that wasn't there one of these that we wanted. Wildcard attribute point seems fine. We have a trade opportunity with that guy, I guess. Oh, let's look at our settler map mode. We do have an available settle. Map mode is sparse. Basically, 0 resources can be acquired here, except for maybe this rubber. That's cute. I mean, rubber here. You know what's funny? This is actually probably the best settle remaining. Unless we take out Munich. If we take out Munich, then we have a just fine settle over there. Still not going to specialize here in Sparta. This is going to be 15 once those guys finish digging. Once all the guys are done digging. So we come back here to do research, or we go to Barcelona. I think Barcelona's better to do research in. We're gonna need to get a couple more museums, I think. I think we have a museum here. For the purposes of more display, we do need a museum. Let's put it here, I guess. This would otherwise be a food-oriented tile. Oh, where is this going actually is very important. Because we don't want to build over wherever that's going. Never mind, just kidding. We didn't mean it. I think this one we already built the building, and this one's in the queue. But we already have a museum there. Someone, somewhere, belongs in a museum. Do we already have a museum in Madrid? We don't. Alright, let's buy one. It'll build over this farm here. I think we're okay with that, because that will give us an opportunity to get a specialist anyways. I said it will build over this farm here. But we want to make sure we're not accidentally building this in the wrong spot. Same idea here. I guess we'll just take care of it once we have more things than we have slots. Watch this happen next turn, and we'll just, like, we just kicked it down the road. Nothing. Let's go with the food for now. And if we turn this into a city, we can always come off of that. And this city's still growing because we haven't connected it up, but we are planning on making it a food-oriented city. Alright, Tecumseh wants the heat. We'll prepare for Little Axe to get the axe, I guess. That's one way to solve the fact that we don't have any good saddles remaining, huh? Gain 2 free technologies and a wildcard attribute point. That's we're kind of into that, to be honest. I guess we maybe want a rail station first, though. We can build here, nuke the farm. And then by nuking the farm, we get to build specialists. And the specialists give us a ton of food anyways. So... super into that. I like the play pattern of, like, eventually the farms get overwritten, right? As we industrialize. Need a railway station here as well. Swiggity Sooty will come from that farm. And then we get to transmute. We have to make sure we build on top of the right thing. We do. We're so good. So handsome. So skilled. Is your profile pic Marcus Aurelius, GG? Generalist as fuck? It is not. It is actually AI generated, and what I was trying to feed it was a cross between Hannibal Barca and Leonardo da Vinci. Which I think it is. I mean, I guess we now have to decide whether or not we want to disperse Munich or go for Munich. I think we disperse, and I think we build a city over here. I don't know if we build it on Munich itself. I think we actually build it where this horseman is. I mean, we could build it over here to get this niter. I don't think we're in love with the niter relatively to the fish, which give you more pop growth on factories. It would have been interesting if we had rushed factories instead. If we were more science-oriented, I guess you need to kind of pair science with the science victory at the gold victory at the very end necessitates you kind of be into science as well. I think we won't put it down yet. What is this? No, stop taking that out. Stop it. I don't think we can get there in time to save it. We need one more turn of it living. Oh, we completely didn't grab this. I mean, I guess we get a settle spot if this gets grabbed, but we're already friendly with the city-state in 5 turns. We're not trading with this guy, but we are going to have to buy units if we go to war with him. We can't do anything this turn, though.
The members of the nation will never know most of their fellow members.
So it's kind of moot. Grab the spices. Should be nices. I think we'll grab this to grow it faster for now, but we can build over that easily later. Oh, we need to buy a unit. I think that's going to be good. I think we also don't need much more in the way of tech. This is ageless. Where have we built the other one? Right here? Okay, so we can override this. Perfect. Wait, salon and villa. Place this to complete the avenue. Okay, I think we complete the avenue then. Salon, villa, railroad. Oh, the salon is the other part of it? Okay. But I think we can buy factories now. Or do we need a rail station to buy a factory? Do we not have eyes? This unlocks factory. Must be built in a place that's connected to the capital by railroad. Well, that's kind of awkward because the capital doesn't have the rail station finished, and we've already used some production on it. So I guess we're waiting a little bit. I don't think we slot in the communism thing yet. I think we like this. Just extra happiness. We'll see how much gets done when we finish the rail station in the capital, I guess, as well. It's kind of expecting that to, like, pop things off. Yeah, please leave Brittany alone. We will now have new things to dig up with this guy. Far and in excess of what we need. Kind of end a turn now. We're going to be finishing the other thing. I've thought about getting my profile pic redone though, by like an artist. Salon for the bonus. It's cute we can build a rail station and a port, because this does eventually connect out to sea down here. Where'd the enemy go? Dog, did the AI somehow kill the unit? Alright, I guess we're Susing them soon then. And then this guy is taken out. We get 300 science. Bada bing, bada boom. Will come from there. Got a ton of range on this Bizzle. We could add support here to make this all faster. I think we'll do that. Maybe look to just make it impossible to march in unless you can march through our units. There we go. We're at 13. And we do need to buy a place to display. We're currently producing a salon, so that means we can buy a museum here. We're going to buy it right here. I will not brick the salon. Sorry. Purchase. Museum. And then what we will do is we will make sure that one great work is slot in there, because we do get bonuses. And so now we have enough slots. Oh, there we go. For 2 more. There we go. All over the map. We complete the milestones of the cultural legacy path in modern. So now this is the city with the absolute most production for us. So in theory, we actually just need to buy this railroad at this point. We can't buy it. That's fantastic. Alright, we're going to cancel it and then buy the rail station. Cool. Now let's buy a factory. We wanted to get a bunch of yields. This is good. And then... Nope, that's not what we want to do. We want to buy it. Okay. And then Military Academy. Where can we build this that gives us the most production? Here. What would we be building over? An observatory. I guess we don't need science at this point. We'd rather have the production. So let's build over that observatory. And then let's go build the World's Fair. Looks like it doesn't matter where we build it. We have 10 turns on the World's Fair. So now that we're actually working on a project, this is going to be kind of irrelevant. So let's go socialism so we can get extra stuff on projects. And now, with the factory resource here, actually, in Paris, this does mean we can slot in factory stuff. There's Paris. And we can slot in... Is there anything that gives production towards buildings? Let's slot all this stuff out. Even though some of this gives us production, it's not like a lot of production for us. Settlement growth, science. Buildings and wonders production, kind of inclined to do that. And this applies to our entire nation. I don't know what happens if we stack it. I assume we get more. Make Ravenna happy. So now we have rail stations, places with rail stations and ports, right? So we do want to kind of confirm some information if we can. We have a port here. In here somewhere. Bueller? We don't. Okay. Let's build a port. Okay, we have a port here, and we're a growing town currently. Madrid, 273. Here, 296. We're looking at the food. Does this connect to the capital? 273, not to there. 296, not to there either. Does it connect to Ravenna though? 410 versus... So I think it's connecting to Ravenna. Yeah, it's connecting to Ravenna now. So does Ravenna have a rail station? Question we ask ourselves. No. If Ravenna got a rail station, would it be connected? Good question. We don't know. The day you snooze too hard. Culture is very fast. Celebrations for production are taking over city-states. To get some new production can help speed it up. Independent cities. I think fascism was what gives more production. The third ticket, whatchamacallit gives more than communism towards projects. Toledo should be connected to the capital, right? Okay, so if we go into Ravenna and we build a rail station, right? We just buy it. We don't need to worry about food in Ravenna now because we're getting fed it. No, not that. Purchase. I think that's not being built on top of our thing. On where we want to put this rail station. Let's hope it's not, but also it's kind of irrelevant. We're just trying to figure out how the connections work. Okay, so we should have a railway connection to the capital now, right? Ravenna is at 395. This is still at Fishing Town, 144. But does the capital come way up? No, it's not. But we have a rail station in the capital. So A Coruña does not seem like it's able to feed Ravenna and Paris. But we have Capua that can feed both Madrid and this city down here. So I'm guessing it being in between is fundamentally important. Or nothing's changed, and A Coruña could always connect to Ravenna, and we just didn't realize it. And we could no longer paint connections like you can in earlier ages by building roads between things. Maybe that was something that was unique to China as well. Well, we can't buy anything else, but we could try and buy a railway there, which would connect it to the capital, right? This doesn't have a rail station. Let's wipe out the farm, which will allow us to go another specialist. kind of like this anyways. I think we go... Do we need a granary here? Maybe not. Actually, maybe we do. Maybe this is feeding food to places. So let's go granary into fishing quay. Into grabbing this and this. Let's come down and try and get some more digs going. Not that they especially matter. We do love the instant fortifications, man.
Just as modern mass production requires the standardization of commodities, so the social process requires standardization of knowledge.
Well, this is strong. Destroy all parts and rail stations in a target city. You target the capital. It deletes all the rail connections. Seems maybe a little bit too strong. We'll pull this back. So for whatever reason, this guy pulled off of it. We're in the home stretch now here, guys. Flight is for science victory. It's not going to be necessary at this point. We'll go urbanization, I suppose. Alright, we want production towards projects. We can't get production towards projects. Unfortunate. I guess we go science then. We have 15 displayed great works. It's a pretty nice chunk of science at this point. Oh, mortar can't reach there? Rip. So we could deck this guy. I think that'll be a lot more clicking. I don't think he can get in on this guy very easily. Because we don't have open borders with him. So he doesn't have a square by which he can attack. Let's go out of our way, though, to buy a unit. I guess a land ship. So let's go out of our way to buy a land ship. And we'll put this right here so that there will be no square. We don't have open borders. There's no square by which he can attack this guy. So it's very cute. I wonder if this guy's looking to found a city up there. Now here, we were kind of interested in buying a port and a rail station, I think. So now in theory we should be connected to the capital, right? Or something. So 77 there. 312 there. If we do this... 312. This can't possibly connect to any other city, right? $97 still. This place does have connections, I think. Maybe we need a certain amount of trade range and we don't have enough trade range, and this is what's preventing us from making the connection here. At least the games are faster in Civ 7, especially towards the end. The end is like pulling teeth in Civ 6. It takes so long to go through turns, and we're like saying, okay, we've won. We got to just like kind of do the last final things, and then we'll figure it out. We're like locked in, right? It feels like we are getting this pretty quick. Nice. Just keep digging, my friends. Yeah, we asked this guy what's up. Not taking this city now. Fascism should give you free money on motives to production that slowly decays until you conquer a new city. It's interesting. I think that that type of mechanic, while making sense, because you proposed another one of this before, while it like makes sense, it doesn't necessarily make for good gameplay. Right, and you have to like... It's a game first, right, and then a simulation second. Especially, like, the design philosophy of Civilization. But it's crazy that this is at 30% and it's basically over. To be fair, no one's gotten any one of these things other than culture, but the culture is just, like, locked in. Interestingly, we don't have Train Explorer checked in, but everything else is checked in, so it doesn't matter. I suppose when we grow the city, we should actually grab this production. Seek, we will choose to get culture on culture buildings. We maybe counter spy. I guess they're mad because we're going for a victory. Or is it ideology? It might be ideology. I'd be mad about the victory, but that's just me. I think the other one was here. No, it wasn't. Yeah, this is like not hard at all. I don't think we could build fortifications on the navigable river. We'll pause the turn, because we do need to cover that square to the left one, rather than where we're at. Behold the power of culture.
Socialism does not mean much more than better wages and shorter hours and nobody bossing you about.
Alright, we gotta do the one towards... Let's get rid of that one, and instead public works. So 6 turns left. Influence on City Park? I think we'll do happiness on City Parks. We built several of these things now. We don't have a rail station. We can build a rail station. So now we have a rail station and a port here. And we'd like to connect to Toledo. $2.55 in Toledo here. And the food. Doesn't collect it to Toledo. Yeah, man, I really don't know what's going on here. We will rail station and a port in Toledo now. Do we need a merchant as well to do this connection? It's 255. 235 now. Did it go down? Oh, it went down because we got rid of a building. Okay, but here's a city. So 211. Is this going to go up? Or is this going to go down, rather, if we... So 211. Nope, it's not connected there either. So how do we connect these things so that they actually make use of it? Police state gives you flat happiness? You can't make this up? Yeah. Happiness via self-report. Everyone's always happy in a police state, haven't you heard? Alright, we have like a rail in here, right? We have a rail in here. That's still 211, man. What gives? This town cannot feed anything. It's food. I don't know how to create a connection between these things. We cannot use this guy. This guy doesn't have a draw road action. If we move into a city, we don't have this. These guys are definitely close enough. Are we just supposed to get a port there as well? That seems kind of asinine. But we could get a port here. If we want. Let's get a port. We're on the same continent. Nope. It's not giving anything over to the cities. So not much reason to do anything with that. Just in case this gives us more experience for the run on the France guy. Yeah, I don't know. It feels bad, man. That we can't make that kind of do what we want. Because we have so many towns that are just absolutely huge. If we could connect them, it would be really useful. Like Capua and Madrid. Capua is connected to Madrid and this city down here. Ravenna is connected to Paris. Neapolis is connected to Paris. Or sorry, Coruna is connected to Ravenna. Sparta, or Bilbao, is connected to Toledo. Is there a unifying theme amongst these connections? Other than this is just like, geographically, this is actually also the closest city to the thing. At least everyone who's allowed to live is happy. Do you build all race stations in all those towns too? Bilbao has nothing. I don't even think Bilbao has a port. Sorry, just kidding. Bilbao has a port somewhere. No, Bilbao just has a fishing quay. This is all Bilbao's got. Right, so there's some other force, there's some other unifying theme that's connecting the cities. I mean, so Bilbao is touching. They're tip to tip with Toledo. So is this the thing? If you're touching in terms of your city? And it's like, well, okay, but then why can't Toulon feed either this city or this city? Because they're touching. Do I not have access to the sea? Is it considered landlocked because I have a navigable river, but I don't have the river all the way down to the sea? I don't know, man. I would like to know. Because this seems like a pretty fundamental mechanic, you know? Bilbo has the One Ring. That's the force. I think it's port connection. Yeah, port connection makes sense for Bilbao to the other one. This place has a port in Ravenna. But why could Capua connect to these and not the other ones? Oh, because Capua has this? So port. I'll grant you that. So then in theory, once this city has a port, which it doesn't, it'll connect to a bunch of stuff, right? So Toulon, once the city has a port, will be able to connect. Right? Or Zaragoza will be able to connect to Toulon. This guy takes the city, I'm gonna be big Sag. Right, we have a port now there. Just kidding. Alright, we now have a port here. Right, this is a city. So, Toulon. It was at 211. We switched this over. Still 211. They both have ports. Ah, moved by rail. No suitable location. Okay, now we have this. Build road to settlement. Okay. So we can build a road to... Okay. Why was this not available last turn? Because there wasn't a port to create the eligible road? Alright, so now we create a road to the settlement. Okay. Now we're on... Oh, we have to be on Farming Town already in order to create the road? And now... 211 still? Okay, but that's probably just not updated, right? Surely. So it's 211. We're looking at the food here. Yes, now we're 177. Now we're 300. Okay, so it has to be a non-specialty town, and then you have to build the port. Or fulfill whatever connection requirements there are. Okay. In that case, we're going to be buying a bunch of merchants. Now this is going to be... Because the requirements in each age are different, so we have to have a railway station and a port or something? No, but we also have to have a specialty in our town in order to create a connection. Okay. In terms of UI, does not feel great. Alright, but Neapolis, producing a ton. So we're gonna buy... We're gonna buy a ton of merchants. I think we have multiple guys going for that same one. Yeah, we do. Okay. I don't think we have anyone going for that one, but there's an explorer already there, so let's come down for this. Benjamin Franklin has joined fascism. Not like this. Okay, so... Now we're seeing that merchants are really a lot better and more important than we thought. We're gonna buy a merchant here. Okay. We're gonna buy a merchant here. Right, and we're gonna buy a merchant here. We're gonna try and end our turn as quickly as possible so we can verify some stuff. That means we're just touching the tip of the iceberg in terms of power level, actually. And we're gonna get to see, I guess, more next run. Excited because I think we're gonna do Xerxes. We'll just take stuff that gives us production, because I think that if we have some of these production tiles here, we'll be able to make use of them. Okay. Kind of doesn't matter what we build here. We have an insane city park, I guess, somewhere. 3-8 doesn't require us building over something. Alright, fine. Town specialization is available. We're going to avoid that for now. We have a ton of artifacts. Okay. We'll alert this guy up. We have so much Diplo. Why don't we actually just come in here and counter-spy everyone? We can only counter-spy one person. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So now we think that anyone who's eligible for a connection, we can make a connection with this merchant.
I can do other things besides war, but duty comes first.
We think that we probably want to complete that in terms of the achievement, so we might actually just come off of it for a second, this, and build a city park. I don't know. We're actually not going to build the city park, so I guess it doesn't matter. We just want to slow that down so that we get all the things researched under France in terms of the civics. Because we think that that gives you more experience in your runs. Okay. Nice. We're just grabbing stuff. It's not necessarily important. It's gonna refund us a guy who we are going to transform into a specialist. No, this isn't the one that's connected to a bunch. I guess we might want a railway station there, but that's... We'll put it away for now. Okay, so this is the merchant. Now this merchant, because this town has a specialty, we can connect it to another one. So we're going to take a look at a couple things here as we do this. Right, we're going to look, here we have 305 food. Okay. Here in Salamanca, we have 171 food. As we connect to an additional town, what happens to all this? So now we have a connection. So let's turn... Oh, it's still 171, and this is still 305. Okay, let's turn this guy off of this and onto this. Yes. Now what happens here? 230, so this goes up. Does this go down? This goes down. So it does split the food, it seems like. In which case, you cannot garner a super advantage by connecting to a bunch of different things. You just want to make sure you're connected to at least one thing. So you have to have the ability to connect, and then you have to use a road to connect if you've not already connected through the founding of the city. God, this is so confusing. Maybe we could make a video on this, even. Or... I guess it makes sense. It's just like, it's so not transparent in the UI at all. Now this place, right, we can connect to Madrid as well, but then it'll dilute what we're giving to Paris. That's two of them. We're just going to completely surround this guy, protect the egg. Alright, so here... why can't we do a connection? There's no settlements within range that need a road connection back to the settlement. But if we had a guy in Pompeii, we could feed it back to here. Okay, so I think that we've kind of figured this out. So let's send this guy to Niani and see if we can do anything there. But Bilbao already had a connection to Toledo in some way. Alright, we get another artifact. Spectacular. They have a lot of guys stacked there. Maybe we go for this. $17, holy snaps. So we already have specialists there. Got it. Wow, we're digging up so many of these things. After next turn, we'll swap back to the victory condition just so we can finish out the France tree. Oh, we have our we were making fun of that guy for stacking his stuff, and our stuff's all stacked. Alright, we can explore over there. I think that we'll send one guy back here to maybe look up research on the continent, and then the last guy will come here, I guess? I don't know. Oop, we meant to swap the thing. Alright. Just kidding, we'll win now. Trying to get in through the victory here. Ben is the Gandhi of Civ 7. So look at my eye. Must be Big Ben. Ayo. Alright. I mean, there is no Gandhi, so someone's got to be Gandhi. Civ 6 had a much easier to comprehend road system. Yeah. What difficulty are we playing on? We're currently playing on 2 from the hardest.
Is not that the power is mysterious.
But we're gonna swap to 1 from the hardest next run. Which is we're probably gonna get our, I think we're gonna have enough time for today, especially because this is the release day, and we're gonna wanna do that. Just kind of picking stuff. The micro at this point, I think, is unimportant. I guess in theory, actually, we want to build over some of this stuff. Or, there we go. To convert guys to specialists. Another one. I don't know if it matters. Big Ben is settling our north. We don't like that. I don't think this guy can research anymore, but we'll see. We're about to get the last French civic tech locked in on us. Yes, a video would be super interesting.
Is it not an absurd and terrible thing that that which is true in one village is false in another?
Yeah. Especially because the landscape for Civ is just super open right now. And I think a ton of stuff is actually just really complicated, like, difficult to understand and parse. The 18 is, like, functionally worthless at this point. We're just trying to click through stuff as quickly as possible, because we have 1 turn on the victory. Actually, here, Niani. Let's kind of check our thinking here. So if we make this a fishing town, then can we connect this to anything? No, we can't connect it. There's nothing in range that's eligible. Alright, well, do we have a rail station? We don't have a rail station or a port. So we're going to buy a port.
Beauty perishes.
Okay, and then we're going to see... Now we have a port. Can we connect anything? No. Okay. Do we need a port and a rail station? Obviously you don't need these in earlier ages, but we're going to do this. Yeah, I understand. Now we have a port and a rail station. Can we connect to anything? No, we cannot. Okay. We're going to swap off of Growing Town, and then we're going to swap back to Fishing Town, because the game does seem finicky in this regard. So we now have become a town that is eligible. We cannot connect to anything. So fascinating. So Bilbao is connected to stuff, connected to Toledo, but Niani cannot connect to anything. If Bilbao was a city, could we connect to it? We wouldn't want to make Bilbao a city, normally, but... Now can we draw a connection? No. We'll have these guys build this there. Oh, that's cute that we don't need to build it next to the city center. But if we take a look here, we 163. Bilbao is 520. 521. That's a lot. That's a big number. Why do you have that much food? Are you getting it from Niani? Let's do this. Yes, you are. Okay, so having like none in between you seems to be important. So now, Bilbao can feed Niani. So the thing to do would have been to make Niani a city that Bilbao feeds both Niani or and Toledo. Except for when you feed them, you split. I mean, like, I don't know what the rule is. It looks like if a city's in between... Maybe if it's in between... Something cannot feed across another city and it's given access. So Madrid cannot feed this city through Capua. Niani cannot feed Toledo through Bilbao. But this city can feed its two adjacent ones. But I imagine it won't be able to feed Nantes. But Nantes can feed both Bordeaux and Ajaccio. And so the critical thing is making sure that at least you're connected to at least one thing. So I think Lyon is not connected to anything. So connecting it to Toulon would allow one to feed the other. But then Toulon's not a city, so I guess you'd want to connect it here to Ajaccio. And make that a city, and Ajaccio is a city. So, planning ahead regarding what you're going to make cities seems important. I don't think we're going to get another turn, but we're going to buy a merchant out of here, just in case we do get another, like, look at things. We're not generating a ton of food out of Lyon anyways. So we have 43 food. We have 248 food. We do this. Oh, so these are connected already. They're connected like here. Is that a railroad that visually connects? Not that I'm trusting the visuals at all in this game, but that is connected. Okay. Do we even have a railroad station here? I don't even think we have a railroad station here. So the rule seems maybe a bit inconsistent. Or maybe we're just getting confused with the railway station. This place just already has a connection. Well, I guess that works. So that would grow this city way faster. This merchant can't do anything. We could also try and connect at the host city and try and get connections that way. I don't think it matters. Or, like, a lot of this does not matter at this point. We can't re-research the thing. But this should be our victory right here. Barbecue chicken Bilbao. Woohoo!
One can traverse the world laid out in pavilions for the amusement of the crowd, and still be home for dinner.
Oh yeah, buddy. Woo, woo. Big nice. A little bit of lag, eh? These graphics, it's hard not to lag. I wonder if it just displays fireworks for forever while overlooking the candlelight. Is it the same animation we're seeing? Nope, okay. Victory. We get this for the next age, but it doesn't matter. And age rankings, nobody really does much of anything. Our overall legacies are as such. So we could have played for a more or like, we could have tried to like golden age every single one at the end. Like for a perfect victory. But I think we're okay just getting our first culture victory locked in here. In terms of what we're doing. We're foundation. We're now level 20. We got level 4 on Augustus here. Completed all the tutorial challenges. We get exploration cultural legacy here. 15% culture minus science. I think that's probably bad. 15% food minus 10% gold is intriguing. I think ultimately this is not a very good card. But it's an interesting one. You think you found a really snarl combination? You posted in the Discord. Harriet Tubman plus Mayans? Interesting. There's no space victory in Civ 7? There is. It's science. The science victory, you go to space. It's kind of similar to the previous version. So, we do get some stuff unlocked. I think what we're going to do is we will be back in some 20 minutes with a new stream, and I think we'll be playing as Xerxes. 20 to 30 minutes, you know, bathroom and food break, because we did say we were going to be streaming all day for release, and so I think that'll be the plan. If you guys wanted to take a break and come back, I think this is what we're going to be doing. 50% commander reduction recovery, I think that's from Caesar as well, or maybe that's just from general points. Where's the one from Caesar? Where's the minus yields and plus yields one? Is that only usable on Caesar? Hold the phone. I don't see it. I thought we got a memento, and that's what we were reading. Perhaps I misunderstood. But in the last poll we did, Xerxes, the Achaemenid, did score second. I suppose we could do multiple kind of see what people are maybe interested in. We were interested in going for specifically a gold victory with this guy. Just taking a quick look for in, 30 minutes-ish. This is such a great roguelite. That's a legacy path. Oh, so it's just if there was a future age behind the next age? Okay. Here, let's take a look. This guy gives us 50 culture and 100 gold per age when you create a trade route or a road. So this makes it so the merchants nearly pay for themselves. as we put this in, but they pay for themselves in gold, but then they give you culture on top. So we do have a cultural economic bonus, and the extra trade route limit is nice because we won't have to spend the extra Diplo to do it. And we gain culture for every active trade route on our next unlock for Memento, which we won't be using initially. But we get culture per age on unique buildings and improvements. So what we are going to do is ideally we would play only civs that have 2 unique buildings apiece and the unique district quarter. So for in the early age, we were thinking we'd play Maya. Give science a little bit of culture. Science is going to be something we struggle with. It seems pretty good. We could also do Maruya and Egypt. We could do Rome, but I think that's uninteresting because we've already played Rome. And then we could also do Greece, but I think we'll hold on Greece for maybe trying for, if there is a Diplo victory. I'm not sure if there is a Diplo victory. I don't think there is. But this would be us going for a bunch of suzerains. I do think we can run one trade route with each thing we have a suzerain with. So maybe actually Greece makes sense. Xerxes is Greece is cursed, though. As a legacy path, Corona Civica, plus 1 settlement limit per age, plus 50% convert to city cost. Yeah, so what I was thinking is... we do... more expensive conversions, and then we feed mega cities, and that this kind of makes sense in a sort of satrap sort of vibe. You know, we have all these... We have this big, huge base that is Babylon, and then we have, you know, kind of radiating, disloyal cities that really kind of pump up, and I think that these would pair pretty nicely together. I really do think the point per age is pretty strong. 3 points over the course of a game is pretty strong. I don't know if the settlement limit makes up for that, because you kind of eventually run out of space. But this means you could conquer people. The revenge burp of the burrito, not like this. It comes back to haunt us. It never ends. But I think that's what we'll be in store for in about 30 minutes. We'll make a new thumbnail. We'll make a new stream. And we'll be back at it. So, if you guys want to talk and walk, we have so many people coming in on the YouTube right now, which is a bit unfortunate because we just finished up. But we will be back with Xerxes. And I suppose maybe we could figure out now which one of these we want to play. But I was leaning towards Maya. I do think Maya would be really good. I was hoping to do Maya into Chola, which also does this, and then Chola unlocks Mughals. Chola has these dual buildings again, which leans into the fact that he gets bonuses on unique buildings specifically, and they were gold-oriented, generally speaking, and that leads us a little in the Navy, and also selling on the coast with Chola allows you to have more overall settles, which I thought paired quite nicely with this, giving us an extra settlement per age, because you settle slightly at suboptimal cities with the idea that you're going to keep a lot relatively small and feed food. And then in the modern age, Chola feeds into Mughals, which gives plus 75% gold on all sources, and then we just go super aggro on the production of gold. And just look to, you know, buy a ton of buildings. The stepwell is going to be nice. Something like this. It's kind of what we were thinking. Twitch to twice. Switch to Twitch. I guess it's time to take a walk. But anyways, this is what we'll be back with. And we'll talk through it again when we're back. But we will say bye-bye for now.